Good morning, everyone. Notice in the time and place of these committee meetings was publicized by notifying the area news media, by publicizing the same in the Omaha World Herald, Oppd outlets newsletter, oppd.com, and social media, by displaying such notice on the arcade level of Energy Plaza, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on August 11th, 2023. Thank you all for joining us remotely via WebEx. As a reminder to board members, executive leadership team, and Oppd staff, please mute your microphones and turn off your cell phones to reduce background noise. And members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Our agenda for today's meeting is as follows. We will conduct a closed session in the morning to discuss two topics: near-term generation and public and power with purpose generation projects update. We'll conclude this morning's closed session no later than 9:50 a.m. in order to open the WebEx meeting to allow the public and Oppd staff to join. We will begin the public session at approximately 10 o'clock a.m. and receive reports from each committee. Director Moody, do we have a motion to go into closed session?
We sure do. I move that the board go into closed session at this time, 9:01 a.m. to discuss two topics. Topic 1, near-term generation, and topic 2, power with purpose generation projects update. With respect to near-term generation, a closed session is necessary for the protection of the public interest because the discussion involves sensitive utility infrastructure information, confidential cost information, and potential resource acquisition strategies, disclosure of which would disadvantage the district in future negotiations with potential contractors. With respect to the power with purpose generation projects update, a closed session is necessary for the protection of the public interest because the discussion involves sensitive utility infrastructure information, confidential cost information, and potential resource acquisition strategies, the disclosure of which would disadvantage the district in future negotiations with potential contractors. Do I have a second?
Second. Director Bogner? Yes. Director Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Director Ford?
Yes.
Director Howard? Yes. Director Mulhoff? Yes. Director Moody?
Yes.
Director Spurgeon?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes. The motion to go into closed session has passed. This closed session will be limited to discussion regarding two topics: near-term generation and power with purpose generation projects update. Okay.
We were just practicing.
All buttons pressed.
All buttons pressed.
Motion and a second is required to reconvene in open session.
So moved.
Second. Director Bogner?
Yes.
Director Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Director Ford?
Yes.
Director Howard? Yes. Director Mulhoff? Yes. Director Moody?
Yes.
Director Spurgeon?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes. Motion to come out of closed session at 10:02 a.m. is carried. This closed session was limited to discussion regarding two topics: near-term generation and power with purpose generation projects update. Notice the time and place of these committee meetings was publicized by notifying the area news media, by publicizing the same in the Omaha World Herald, Oppd outlets newsletter, oppd.com, and social media, by displaying such notice on the arcade level of Energy Plaza, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on August 11th, 2023. Thank you all for joining us remotely via WebEx events. As a reminder to board members, executive leadership team, and Oppd staff, please mute your microphone and your cell phones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Per the board's guidelines for public participation, we do not take public comment during the all committee meeting today. We will take public comments at the board meeting Thursday, August 17th, which will be conducted in person at the Omaha Douglas Civic Center and will begin at 5 o'clock p.m. Public may attend in person or remotely via WebEx events by going to oppd.com. Joining me today in person are my fellow board members: Amanda Bogner, Mike Kavanaugh, Matt Gore, Sarah Howard, Janice Mulhoff, Greg Moody, and Mary Spurgeon. We also have members of our executive leadership team, our general counsel, Steve Bruckner, the Fraser Stryker Law Firm, and Oppd staff. Additionally, we currently have a number of public attendees joining us, both Oppd employees and members of the broader public. Today we will hear the following committee reports: governance from Director Bogner, finance from Director Spurgeon, systems management and nuclear oversight from Director Moody, customer and public engagement from Director Howard. Yo Fernandez, will you give us a safety briefing?
I will. I'm going to ask Josh Clark. Okay. Okay, we're testing a new site today, so apologies for that. I'll just do a quick safety briefing, physical safety briefing. We're in a new location. We're here at the 1919 Exarban Road building. We're on the first floor of the building, so we don't have to worry about taking stairs in the case of fire. We're already on the first floor, so we would exit the building in the case of fire. We have two exits in this room, one right behind Director Kavanaugh, and the other one, the one that we probably used to come in. We will all assemble outside if there's a fire. If there's inclement weather, which we're not expecting today, but if there is inclement weather, we would go behind on the door behind Director Kavanaugh, and there are a set of stairs. The stairwells on this building, all the way from the first floor to the third floor, are rated for tornadoes. So that would be our shelter place. AED and first aid kits are located just outside the room, as we have as well with fire extinguishers. We have a designated 911 caller. Brian, thank you. State the address.
1919 Exarban Drive.
Thank you. And then those of us who are certified in CPR training, we're in good company here. If we have an active shooter in the building, this is not an OPPD owned building, so we do not have code 32 as the code. In this case, we would hear an announcement from security that there is an active shooter, and in which case we would run hide or fight as our contingency mechanism. That concludes the safety briefing. Do we have slides for? Okay.
Working on
Well, let's stop the safety briefing there. Let's begin.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, new location, new technology, working through things. I'm doing the same on my device as well. There you go. After the safety briefing, the first committee is the governance committee. We'll have a report from Dr. Bogner.
All right, thank you. This month, the governance committee did not meet, but next month we have a full agenda. Just as a reminder that the board has a governance workshop on Wednesday, August 30th from 8:30 to 4 p.m. here at the Exarban Conference Room at 1919 Exarban Drive. Eric Douglas and Bill Slayton from Leading Resources, Inc. will facilitate that workshop. Our workshop goals include refreshing board members' understanding of our governance system at OPPD, facilitate the board discussion about what's working well and areas for improvement, identifying governance policies and other work that the board and executive team will focus on for the next year, and overall just strengthening our cohesion as a board as well as a team with CEO and ELT. Thank you to both my fellow board members and executive team for sharing thoughts and feedback as we're preparing for that workshop. This is foundational to finalizing these goals and developing the workshop agenda. On that topic, Chair Williams and I will meet with Eric Douglas, Bill Slayton, and Javier Fernandez on Wednesday to finalize the agenda. And once that's finalized, Aaron Lane will email that agenda to the board and with other pertinent information about preparing for the workshop. So target date for delivery of that is Monday, August 21st. And then next month, we have quite a full agenda. We had tabled the CEO performance review and compensation adjustments from August. Originally, it was supposed to be on this month's calendar. And we have tabled that for September. So looking forward to those conversations and discussions next month. And with that, unless there are questions, my report is complete. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. There are some technical challenges. If you are experiencing some, that could be some tech support for you. Devices seem to be getting kicked off the network. If that happens, flag someone. That is happening to me. So that's why you have paper copies. Next on the agenda is the Finance Committee. We'll receive the Finance Committee Chair report and the committee report from Director Spurgeon.
Thank you, Chair Williams. The Finance Committee convened on Friday, August 4th. Following the safety briefing, we had an update on the Inflation Recovery Act. The cross-functional team is carefully reviewing its provisions to see how it will help OPPD and our customer owners. We next heard our second quarter 2023 financial review, which will be shared with everyone today. The 2023 decommissioning fund update was to help us keep track of some savings that the district achieved earlier in this year. The second quarter 2023 retirement plan was shared and also will be shared with you today. The annual report on the interest rate on customer security deposits is a legally required report, and the whole board will receive it very shortly. Also on the agenda for today's meeting is the final report of the rate design plan phase 1. So get ready for a little trip down memory lane with our 3 rate design workshops that we're involved with. Finally, number 8, transmission tariff update. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, through SPP asked OPPD to update the protocols it uses with other utilities who want to use OPPD's transmission lines. OPPD has done so, and those will be effective January 2024. This has no financial impact on the district at all. So after a quick peek at the board work plan and summary of action items from the meeting, we adjourn. It was a long meeting. So now let me turn this over to Chief Financial Officer Jeff Bishop to lead us through the next items.
First, we've got customer deposits. The district pays deposits on its customer deposits that are made with OPPD. It's set on an annual basis. We've got John over here to walk us through the methodology and new rate.
Thank you, CFO Bishop. Yes, this is the annual report we do, and we update our customer deposit interest rate based on the average earnings that we hold in our segregated fund, which is what the deposits are actually held in. And so we look back the last previous 12 months and we average that out, and we pay customers 90% of that. In the previous 12 months, we were about 2.37% as far as the average earnings rate on our segregated fund deposits or our investments. And so we were proposing to change the interest rate for customer deposits to 2.25. That's an increase from 0.5%. And as you remember, this is kind of what I would say is a lagging. So obviously interest rates have increased considerably because our investments roll off gradually over time. We gradually increase the investments in our segregated fund. When rates go down, we generally pay a little bit more as investments gradually roll off. So our proposal and our change will be to increase our customer deposit rate to 2.25%. Happy to answer any questions.
I think we're good.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm excited to walk us through the second quarter financial results. As a reminder, we did walk through these in detail at the pre-finance committee on August 4th. Again, we do a detailed year-on-year look and then also a variance to budget. Overall, I'm very satisfied with the results. We're largely in line with budget. End of the year, we're anticipating to hit our critical metrics of our debt service coverage of 2 times coverage, and then also our liquidity target for days cash on. One item I did want to call out relative to retail revenues is we're looking at the year-on-year growth for Q2. We're seeing increased customer counts to the tune of 600 new customers. I know we reported that last quarter. It continues to grow Q2. When you do the quarter-on-quarter comparison or the year-on-year comparison, 6,400 of that is residential. So again, just to provide some new information about what's going on relative to our customer load growth. Industrials are up 6.8% year on year, residential 3.7%, and commercial 2.8%. So again, we're continuing to see very robust growth in our service territory. What does that translate in terms of kilowatt hour sales? About a 5% increase year on year, or $18 million. So again, growth in all customer classes. Relative to specifically budget, if we can go to the next slide, Aaron. We'll see here that relative to budget, we came in at $519 million year to date. That's about 4.1% below what we had budgeted. what we're seeing there in terms of the drivers for that, really two drivers. One is lower than expected industrial revenue growth. The level of growth that we anticipated for some of our industrial customers has been a little bit slower than anticipated, which we've communicated in the past. And then also it's just been milder weather. So when we look at both the heating degree days and cooling degree days, it's just been a milder year. So as a result, we have less kilowatt hour sales. As we move over to our ops.
Can I ask a question on the revenue growth? I think it's important. Do you have any insights of what has caused this lower than anticipated industrial revenue growth? Is that supply chain? Is that what?
A lot of it's been supply chain related. That's a great point. I think that's been largely the largest driver has been supply chain related and being able to get critical pieces of infrastructure that are needed to advance forward the projects. You know, Tim, if there's any other insights you might have on any of the industrial growth thoughts.
I appreciate that, CFO Bishop. That is consistent with what we see as our senior account executives work with our large industrial customers that are planning growth. That's certainly a bigger impact. As you can imagine, those large customers, as they grow, those growth plans are dependent upon internal business developments as well. And those sometimes don't always materialize as those customers plan as well. So we continue to work with them weekly, monthly to as they refine their growth forecast, so we can also refine ours as it in terms of how it will manifest in revenue.
Yeah, great question. And it's more difficult, right? These are large loads, and so it's difficult as you're looking to dial that in. It's much more of a up and coming process. I think a lot of utilities are seeing exactly the same issues that we are in terms of trying to predict exactly what that load ramp is going to be. So very common in the industry these days. Let's move on to off-system revenues. We can see here that we came in at $116 million, or about 19% better than budget. When we look at the causes for that, again, that's due to higher transmission congestion hedging revenues, consistent with what we reported out in Q1. We did see partially offsetting that was from a price volume perspective, lower volume of sales and also lower market clearing prices. Again, prices have come down since we reported and developed the budget last year. Part of the lower volumes is associated with the lower generation that we had from off of our Nebraska City units. As we move on to our fuel and purchase power, we came in really right at budget, $228 million. We've got pieces going both ways. In terms of purchase power, was lower than budget by about $3 million due to lower market prices, despite higher than budgeted volumes. Again, the lower market prices is being very dominant in terms of the total financial impact. And then relative to our fuel expenditures, we exceeded budget by about $3 million, primarily due to increased expenses that we saw for our Jones Street, Cass County, and North Omaha facilities. We move over to the upper right. We've got our O&M expense. We came in at $242 million, so just slightly above budget, 3.2% or $7.6 million above budget. Again, what we as we reported out in Q1, we're continuing to see higher production expenses that came through for outage costs associated with Nebraska City 2. We did have some offsets in terms of transmission distribution, and customer related expenses. As we move on to other income and expense, again, you wouldn't anticipate other income and expense to traditionally drive a lot of the results, but we are seeing a big impact. As we look at our other income, we see that we came in at $71 million or $24 million above budget. And as we've talked about in the past, the mark-to-market is the largest driver here that's coming through. We've got about $16 million of unrealized mark-to-market that's propping up our other income. We have also been able to realize better results in terms of our investments as the interest rates have increased. We've been able to get a better realized return, and that has also provided some of the additional variance in other income. Similarly with other expense, we came at $163 million or $37 million below budget. Again, very sizable. There's really two drivers that we've talked about in detail there. One is the decommissioning trust funding. As we talked about back in April, we ceased the funding of the decommissioning from rates. That reduces the amount of expense that we recognize, and As a result, relative to that expenditure being lower, it's $22 million year to date. The other portion of that is depreciation expense. Folks will remember that at the end of 2022, we updated our depreciation expense calculations. Those become effective in 2023. Very common industry practice. We hadn't done it in 7 years. But as a result of that, what it did was it reduced the amount of expense that we've been recognizing. Non-cash, so this doesn't impact our debt service coverage, but that also added 17 million. So you take effectively the decommissioning trust lower expenditures of 22 plus the lower depreciation expense of 17, and that gets you 39. So that explains 39 of the $37 million that we're seeing in terms of other expenditures and the decrease there. Any questions on this slide before we go to the next slide? All right. So where does that place us relative to operating income? This is really what we hold ourselves to, because again, the mark-to-market impacts associated with our investments is an item that doesn't impact our debt service coverage. We really focus on operating income. We can see here that we came in at $76 million, or roughly $30 million higher than budget. Again, that's due to our lower depreciation, lower depreciation expense, lower decommissioning expense, partially offset by our higher production costs for in O&M and lower revenue. And again, this is really what we're focusing on because it doesn't have the impacts of the mark-to-market. If you go down to the middle left, you'll see where we're at from a net income perspective. Year to date, we spent $237 million, or $126 million lower than budget. Of that, again, the delay with power of the purpose projects accounts for roughly $106 million of the 126. We do expect that to ramp up by the end of the year. So we do expect our capital spend to be at its full complement by the end of the year. And then relative to our strategic directives, again, we have the revised North Central Region target was set at 10%. We're actually 10.2%. So we've been achieving the SD2 rate target. And then relative to SD3, or access to credit markets, debt service coverage year to date on a rolling average is 1.93. We do expect to be at 2.0 by the end of the year. And then relative to our days cash on hand, we are at 166. If you incorporate our unused line of credit of 170 million, that takes us up to 233, which places us really nicely in a AA rating. Questions on the report?
If maybe just a quick question on about liquidity. Have you seen any changes, any issues in the market with availability of liquidity facilities? Any concerns?
We have not, and that also is a great question in terms of even the what's been going on relative to the U.S. Downgrade by Fitch. That came up as a topic in our discussions on the floor. Nothing notable. John, anything from your perspective on that?
Yeah, I would agree, Jeff. There's really been nothing yet that has come up as far as any kind of liquidity issues in the market.
Can you remind us the spread for the days of cash on hand that you just remarked on, 166 days here, but plus our line of credit puts us at 233, and there's a high and a low that gets at the right credit rating, as I recall.
Yeah, remind me, John. I believe it's 150 is the lower end of the range for AA. So we're well within that. Plus, we've got headroom with the unused line of credit. We did have a couple items that we're working on coming out of the finance meeting. There was a comment made about the financial impacts associated with the NC Nebraska City outages, getting those back quantified. One of the 2 units is back. We'll continue to get that information pulled together so we can meet the director's request associated with that.
Hearing no other questions? I think that's complete. Thank you.
All right, next we've got up the second quarter retirement fund report. I'll pass it to you, John.
Thank you, CFO Bishop. I'm pleased to report the retirement plan continues to improve and have positive returns compared to both the market and basically recovery from last year when we had a negative return in the retirement plan. The plan started the quarter at about $1.11 billion and ended the quarter at 1.12. During the quarter, employee contributions were 4.4 million, Oppd contributions were 15.5 million, and benefit payments totaled 27.5 million, and the investment market value increase was up a little over $20 million. And if you look at our asset allocation, it was up there. If you look at our asset allocation, it is within policy guidelines. For the quarter, we returned 2%. That was slightly under the index of 2.1. But if you look at our year-to-date return net of fees is 6.8%, which is a 0.5%, 50 basis points higher than our policy index. So really a very strong year-to-date performance. If you look at the quarterly returns, every single sector was either at or above what the index return was, with the exception of international equity. It was a little bit of a struggle in our developed country international equities, and we'll learn more about that. We actually are meeting with Siegel Marco next Monday. The finance committee is invited to that meeting. We actually have 7 investment managers that come in and meet with us, and so we'll hear directly from the investment managers about their performance and learn more from Siegel Marco. So with that, really, again, I'll just reiterate that good performance, again, 6.8% year to date. That is above the annual return that we hope to get, which is 6.5%. So again, recovery has started from our negative performance in 2022. So again, we plan to see continued good performance. July was strong performance again in the marketplace. So plan to see good performance continue in the retirement plan. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
I have one question on the real estate or alternative asset managers. You have 2 relatively new private debt fund, Corbin and Neuberger Berman. Can you remind us when do we go into those investments? Because we don't have results for those yet. I guess they're too new.
Javier, we've gradually moved into them starting in 2022. And so the reason why you don't see return information is because they're private managers.
Yep.
That information takes a while to gather. And by the time that this report was prepared, we did not have the return information. We will be discussing that, though, next week with Siegel Marco.
Will these be presented as part of the next quarter's report?
We can certainly do that so you can see what the previous quarters was. It's going to be slightly delayed going forward. And we can certainly do that.
I mean, it's a significant part of the portfolio. I'd like to see that, even if it's delayed information.
We can do that.
Thank you.
Hey, John, do we have any figures on what percent of funded we are right now?
We are going to be hearing from Aon on a preliminary basis in a week. And at that point, we'll find out where our preliminary January 1st, 2023 funded ratio was. Any other questions? Thank you.
All right, we've got the final report out for phase 1. I'm going to ask Tim Linnell to come up and walk us through. Again, really appreciate the 18 months we've been looking at this as we've talked about developing phase 1 and establishing principles, aligning a long-term strategy, product offerings, and then coming together, pull all of that into phase 2, which is more on the implementation side. Tim's going to walk us through that. But I just really appreciate the board's engagement and support throughout the process. We spent quite a bit of time, board workshops, getting feedback. We took this back out in March, then got individual feedback from different board members on specifically what the final product would look like and gain some insights there. I also want to highlight just the cross-functional, cross-enterprise collaboration that's gone on with this project. Raids, product development, marketing, public affairs, communications. There's been many, many people engaged in this to get us to this point. So we're really proud of the product we've got. And really this sets us off in terms of moving on to phase 2 and starting to implement these pieces. Especially critical as we think about the changing expectations of our customers, technology, making sure that we're thinking ahead and that we're getting these pieces put into place now, because these things don't happen overnight. So I think we're in a good position now. Tim, I'm going to pass it over to you to walk us through it.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. So the agenda today is relatively straightforward and meant to be a high-level summary of what can be found in the phase 1 final report. And I do want to thank everyone who was involved as part of this project. It was really quite a bit of work and effort going into establishing the principles, the concepts, developing a roadmap to effectively launch. And so all of those involved within this project, the working team, the board, rate consultants, the public alike, tremendous amount of work and effort and really a great final product here. So just a reminder here, Oppd conducted 3 board workshops in 2022 that established the rate design principles that guide future rate actions. And so those here on the slide, these 5 fair, reasonable, non-discriminatory rates, rate stability and gradualization, systematic review of affordability, simplicity and transparency, customer choice and flexibility. These are the principles that establish, the guiding principles that establish rate offerings both now and in the future. Next slide, please. So building upon these principles, the team identified 12 concepts, classified into 2 groups. So we have general concepts and AMI dependent concepts. General concepts being those concepts not requiring AMI technology to be in place in order to launch. AMI dependent concepts are those that would need that technology to be in place in order to execute and launch for the entire rate offering. We also have a 3rd group here in category, the broader concepts. And these are high-level themes that are either currently underway or being evaluated through separate initiatives within our organization. And so here in the first category, in the general concepts, you have service and energy charges for non-demand rate classes, all-electric rate for the residential class, risk mitigation for evolving industry, the evaluation of net metering, bundled green power, residential parameters, whether those need to be established, and fundamental procedure education rate setting principles. In the AMI dependent concepts, you have the critical peak rider, the evaluation of electric vehicle rates, 3-part rates, time of use rates, and then shadow billing, effectively helping customers through the optimal choice and selection of choices that will be made available in the future. Next slide, please. So to help facilitate the decision-making process, the set of attributes you see on your left were selected and used to evaluate each concept and develop an overall ranking. So again, here you have the 2 general classifications, the general concepts and the AMI dependent concepts. Within that, there is a group ranking and an overall ranking based on the set of attributes that you see on your left. Won't go through each and every attribute here. Do want to point out a couple just for awareness. More information is contained within the final report. So impact score, that's essentially how many customers are being impacted or the impact that it could have, the potential impact that each concept could have on our system as a whole. So when you consider something like the evaluation of service and energy charges for non-demand rate classes, that's just, the lion's share of our customers. The majority of our customers on our system are included within a residential and small commercial class. Just to pick out one more here, address customer pain points. So customer pain points are those things that were identified by customer research and our contact center as pain points for our customers. So again, the team went through a process for evaluating whether or not each of these concepts
would meet these value attributes on the side. And this overall ranking was then provided. That provides the roadmap. So the next slide is the roadmap. So this image here is the roadmap, and it generally follows the ranking of the concepts that were presented on the previous slide, but it also coordinates alignment with the other enterprise efforts as well. The marks on this graphic, so we have the grouping A here, that mark represents the starting point of each evaluation. Each evaluation will go through a process of identification, collaboration, data analysis, customer outreach, customer education before a launch strategy will incur, and that may be gradual, that may be all at once, that may be coupled with product offerings to mitigate customer impacts for certain customer classes. So all of that is part of the evaluation process. So the points in this graph is to represent the starting point, not the ending point. I do want to highlight here as well the general rate piloting planning. So what you see in group C, that's the AMI dependent concepts that's being bundled up. The strategy around that, those concepts will be starting in 24 as we start the strategy of how we're going to think about launching pilot programs and evaluation of our AMI dependent concepts before that technology is in service. Proceed to the next slide, please. And so all of this information is contained within the final report. It provides more information about the workshops, the selection of the principles, the team's effort to identify and evaluate concepts in the roadmap contained within the final report, and that will be shared on Oppd Community Connect later today. And with that, is there any questions?
Yep.
I'm curious, you had indicated that an all electric rate was only being considered for residential customers. Can you remind me why that's not being contemplated for commercial and industrial customers also?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think in the report, it specifically identifies residential customers. That being said, as we know, the evolution of our concepts are already occurring. So whether an all electric rate should be evaluated, should we broaden that scope? Should it be narrowed to the residential? That's again part of the evaluation of the identification process of that concept.
Thank you. I think I'll just double down on the interest for an all-electric commercial and industrial rate. I think our rate schedules are an opportunity for the district to say to our customers what we need them to do as well. And we've talked about demand response and demand management as, you know, a key component to how we're serving our district into the future, and that requires an active component for those commercial industrial. And I think if there's a way to incentivize that activity through an all-electric rate class, I think that would be intriguing for our customers to think about. Thank you.
I don't have a question, but I just wanted to say that I appreciate the way that you took a comprehensive look, at this rate structure, and, you know, didn't just narrow it down to one thing that, you know, the board members, when we first started on this journey, we were kind of focused on a certain aspect of our rates. And I really like how that was expanded and really took in, you know, a really comprehensive look at rates and how it affects all our customers. And you know, the number one criteria for looking at that was how many customers it's going to affect and whether it affects them positively or negatively. I think that was a hard lesson for some of us to learn, but it really makes sense in making these decisions. So thank you to the team and appreciate your work.
Yeah, thanks for the comment.
Any other questions?
Yes, you, and elaborate on the strategy for selling bundled green power a little bit? What is that? What is that? What does it look like? What our customers potentially expect?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So again, the identification of what that would look, essentially that concept is partnering with our customers to meet their sustainability goals. We know they have sustainability goals. They want to partner with us. Bundled, whether the energy and the environmental attributes are attached together as part of that, whether there are other offerings as well within that. All of that, again, will be fleshed out as part of that identification process. And so, yeah, there may be a widening or narrowing of the scope there as well.
So lots to be determined.
Exactly. Yeah.
I guess I'd highlight, there's been a lot of work kind of looking and talking to customers. Tim and his team do a great job of reaching out, looking specifically what they're requesting, what we potentially offer. So there's a lot of good work that's been working for a year plus on that piece. So I think there'll be more coming out here shortly. Similarly, I think 467, we're looking to do a refresh next month. So we've gone out, done repricing on that. A lot of good work by the team to make sure that we're staying relevant. We've got a good product out there that we can actuate on from a demand side management perspective. We're anticipating we bring that forward next month as well. So there's a lot of pieces even behind the scenes, as you saw, like the major deliverables that's going on.
Yeah, so I don't know the rate schedule as well as you do. 467 is.
That's gonna be your demand side management products.
Okay, got it. Thank you. My other question is, I'm trying. It's been a while since I've been on finance committee. So remind me how this fits sort of together with or alongside other rate related work that we have underway, right? So my recollection was that we set a principle for gradualism, so we didn't want to be force adjusting rates really frequently that we're giving our customers whiplash. So is this essentially the way in which we're achieving that, or are there other rate actions that we have on the horizon that are sitting sort of outside or alongside to help me?
Yeah, we're still trying to follow the biennial process, but there are items like I've just highlighted.
Yeah.
That we refresh as they make sense to interject between the biennial process. So in general, we're trying not to just be a constant turn of new rate products, have more of a scheduled update, but as new products become available, we see a need for those out in the marketplace. They benefit our customers, they benefit OPPD in terms of being able to do demand side management, things like that. Those will continue to be refreshed over time.
I would also describe this as a virtuous cycle.
Sure.
We're having this roadmap, is both for customers on the board about desires and future rate actions, but it's informing the utility about investments we are making internally to accommodate those potential rate designs. A good example of that is our recent upgrade of our customer care and billing system. But as we're installing those systems, we need to make sure that we're installing them with the flexibility that we may need to accommodate for these type of rate structures. The work we're doing on the advanced metering infrastructure, which we will hear later on today, all of that is informed in great part by this roadmap. So I really appreciate both the discipline and the longer term view that allows us to use our resources in a more efficient way while keep this evolution, right, of rate design that really meets the needs of the customer.
Thank you. My last question. So one of my most vivid aha moments from those workshops was the realization that we can only do so much with rates, and because of the legal standard for fair, reasonable, non-discriminatory, which means that programs are the way in which we solve some of the other things that we're challenged by. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is really focused on the rates, and the programmatic things I think kind of come even through your team, Tim, thinking about is that right?
Yeah. I think Jeff and Tim described the cross-functional collaboration really well, as they do an awesome job on the rate component of it. And that has to happen in tandem with the product and service, the attributes of the offering, how we interact with customers. So that's all the product development and marketing component of it in partnership with Lisa on the public awareness standpoint. So it's those bundled together is how this will happen going forward.
Thank you. I'm good.
Yeah, from the concept ranking list, a couple slides before, number one, overall rank, evaluate service and energy charges for non-demand rate classes. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what that might mean? That's a lot of terms real quick there. Tell us a
Yeah,
little bit more
so, and that's where it's a pretty broad concept right now. So your non-demand rate classes, that's gonna be your two-part rate. That's gonna have the service charge and the energy charge. So you could think of this as the residential class and small commercial rate 230. That's the lion's share of the number of customers on our system, the customer counts. That would be the majority of our customers from account perspective. So it's the evaluation of that two-part rate structure. Really, so the service charge and both the service charge and the energy charge.
So if we say evaluation, can we give any indication of what we are evaluating specifically and what that might imply in the future?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And so the evaluation is how to best set those up to send price signals that would be consistent with the AMI rate offerings that we want to transition to in the future. We know we want, time of use rates and utilizing the AMI technology to send efficient price signals. So how could we evaluate what changes could we have as part of our service charge and our energy charges to send price signals that would be consistent with those same price signals of the AMI structure?
So that's listed under general concepts, not AMI dependent concepts. Do we anticipate changes prior to deployment of other rates that would be available under AMI in the future?
As far as the timeline of when we would execute the conclusion and transition.
Well, so yeah, the first one is listed as general. So are we anticipating, for example, a residential rate change prior to a rate change that would be available for time of use residential rate after AMI is in place?
Yeah, so exactly. So we would be using this as the transitional period between now and the deployment of AMI.
If I may help, I think that I might put words in your mouth, but you correct me if I'm wrong. Fixed charge versus volumetric charge. That's a topic that we've talked about for a long time, and that's one that we've talked about how it has some components and some relationship to AMI, but it's not fully dependent on AMI. So can you give us your thoughts about is that potential change going to happen before we have AMI? Is that change dependent on AMI? Am I in the right direction? Yep.
Yeah, so we'll be making changes to both the fixed charge, that service charge, and the energy charge prior to AMI, being in service. Transitioning, using those to send efficient price signals that would be consistent with the structure that we would like to be at with AMI, but these are changes to occur prior to import.
So maybe a question for Jeff. Are we expecting that change to happen in the 2023 biennium or in the 2025 biennium?
That would be by 2025.
Say that again?
Oh, so by the end of this year.
By the end of this year, have that
No,
proposed
no,
change?
we would not be able to analyze it, come up with a recommendation, bring it forward to the board by the end of 23.
So you're thinking these would happen in the 2025 timeframe, which would still be before AMI is fully deployed?
Correct.
Does that answer your question?
And the point being that this is a gradualization mechanism. So basically, get our customers thinking about energy in a little bit different way because of the signals we're sending with price. And so then there's an education foundation for when we have AMI rate, time of use rates deployed in 2027. Is that when?
We'll get an AMI update later.
Yeah. Okay, yes.
You hit it exactly right. You wouldn't want to use the phrase whipsaw people around in terms of different products and outcomes, right?
Right.
You want to have them aligned with your end state.
When do we anticipate discussion and input from either the board or the public about the potential changes that might be implemented? So again, in 2025 to go effective in 2026, is that something that would have public engagement in 24, 25?
Yeah, I mean, that's listed as in terms of your timeline and.
Yeah, if you would like to go to the roadmap, within that first grouping, within that first grouping, we have we stand today here at point A. And so that is the beginning of the launching as a team, an initiative to evaluate that service and energy charge for non-demand rate classes. Again, we mentioned that process of the identification, collaboration, and data analysis and customer outreach. That's all part of the process that will launch later on in the timeline. But the beginning stages is here.
We know this is an important item, and that's why we put it in front of us, right, to analyze, addressed up front. Hopefully that's wider evidenced by the timeline that we've got and how we prioritize the different products to analyze.
Sounds good. So I guess more fine point on it. Is this a timeline when we would discuss the declining block in the residential rate class?
That would be part of it, yes.
Okay, that.
Other questions?
I'll just note for those that are not on the finance committee, the report is in finance committee's diligent for this month. So I hadn't seen it yet, and I'm excited to dig into it in more detail. That's where it is.
Tim, tell me your last name.
Linnell.
Lynette. Thank you. Thank you for your report. I just want to reiterate, I did read through the report and I just thought it was excellent. It's very clearly written. And I was happy to see the acknowledgement that there are changes to the roadmap may occur as we move through here, and Oppd does its best to adapt to both internal and external pressures and forces and realities. So, and I really appreciate, I mean, if it says we're going to take a pragmatic approach, and I think that's exactly right. So, thank you very much. Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see. And I think that concludes our agenda here. Yes, it does. So thank you to Mr. Thurber, Mr. Bishop, Mr. Linnell, the reports, and thanks to everyone for your good questions and clarifying comments. Back to you, Chairman.
Great. That concludes that committee report. Next, we have the Customer and Public Engagement Committee report. Made a slight change from the standard order of our committees. Facilitate break and lunch, and also to move this committee up so it's not always in the afternoon. So Director Howard, before lunch, please begin.
Director Williams, Customer and Public Engagement Committee met on August 8th, and we covered 3 items. You're going to hear about 2 of them today. We talked about our North Omaha engagement. We got a legislative and regulatory update, just an update on Congress's summer session. And then we also talked about just some of the feedback we've been getting on near-term generation, but I think we'll talk about that more later. So I'll pass it over to Lisa to give us an update on North Omaha.
Great, thank you so much. I would like to bring up Jamie Wagner. She has been the driving force between our engagement with North Omaha, and we've had many lessons learned during our journey, and the journey has not stopped by no means. Actually, we're being a lot more aggressive than we probably have been in the past. Jamie? Lisa?
Well, good morning. I think it's still morning, right?
Yep.
How is everybody? All right, so I wanted to let you know that I am here, one person. You're stuck with me, but I represent so many people in this district. I think I heard Tim say cross-functional collaboration a couple times, and that could not be more indicative than it is in this project. I represent every business unit here, and you're going to see that a little bit more as I continue to talk. So with that said, if there's specific deep dives you want to get into, I only have 10 minutes. We can figure out how to address that. I'll do my best, but just know that this could not be more proud to be a part of this entire project. But as a member of our stakeholder outreach and community outreach team, I'm happy to be the one delivering. So if we can go ahead, I'm going to cover all of these. You're going to see these a little bit more. I don't need to read the slides for you, but these are basic outreach objectives for Oppd. We're going to help our customers by listening to them. We talked about that a lot back in February when we did that community conversation in Florence. But really with the purpose of strengthening our lines of communication, we're going to help educate them. We know we do a lot of work that they don't know we do. And so our purpose is to help customers identifying the opportunities that we may not know about, but also let them know about all of the tools and resources we have available. And we're going to just, again, show up and listen and figure out how we can foster those connections. And we also identify and deliver opportunities. And I'm going to give you a couple of examples of that. So if we can go to the next slide. So seek understanding, some examples of that, and I'll go through just kind of give you some real highlights of each of these. This is just meant to be an update for you. We've been talking to you all along about all the work that we've been doing, but as Lisa said, it continues. We're not stopping. And so some examples of this will highlight our ad hoc community engagement. There is a group in the North Omaha community who fosters connections with all different kind of facets of the community. And so we've identified them. We have a good established relationship with them before, and we're going to continue to have those conversations. In fact, we're talking with them again on Thursday. We've done some quantitative market research. So this slide's going to show you how we have quantitative and qualitative. I wish we could put numbers on all the outreach that we do. That's just not possible with some of the relationships, but we do have some quantitative numbers for all of you data geeks out there. And we talked about this back in March when Michael Leary led some research with MSR Group, and really helped us identify what the customers in our entire utility think about what all the work that we're doing with regard to North Omaha. And we specifically honed in on some North Omaha zip codes, to the point where out of the 900 customers that we heard back from, 250 of them were from North Omaha zip codes. So we feel really good about the data and the feedback we're getting in there. You'll go to the next slide for me, please. When it comes to building awareness and educating our consumers, we have a couple of different facets for this one, and I want to touch on some numbers here if I can. We'll talk first about our targeted message placements. We have an amazing corporate marketing and communications team, and if you haven't already, I hope you've seen our Illuminate the Future campaign. You can find that all over if you're driving around or online, and billboards on radio and TV. So we continue those efforts with specific focus in North Omaha. We've also built relationships with local North Omaha Community Radio, and we feel really strongly about the work that Daryl Cox has helped us with that. In fact, he did an on-air interview with Eric Bensala. Some of you may know him as Mr. E in the orange jacket, really helping to educate our customers about weatherization and energy efficiency. And we'll continue to do that. When we get to the assistant programs, though, on the right-hand side, this is where it's really impressive from a numbers perspective. So I want to read some of this to you. Our energy assistance program solutions have provided $5,313,741 in assistance to customers through July. That's fantastic. And that's 17,000 customers being helped through some of our energy assistance programs like EIP, LIHEAP, the new CAP program, and then the energy efficiency assistance program. Also worked through a high bill outreach campaign in April and March. And that was 500 enrollments just in the last 3 months as a result of that email campaign. The IRA and IIJA education, big thanks to our PDM team for getting that launched on the website so the customers can go and find information, even if it's not ours to share or our information or to own. We want to make sure that customers can come to us and get help and information that they may need. So that's where this, if you haven't checked it out already, there's a lot of information on there. So thanks again to PDM. And with that, also the Greener Together program, I'm going to talk a little bit more about that with specific focus on our North Omaha area and some assistance that's being offered. So if we'll go to the next slide, I think I did talk about what's more close to home for me for outreach. With our neighborhood associations, I remember when I first started, Lori had me go and meet with some of our neighborhood alliance presidents, and that was probably like week 2 of my job, and we're still continuing to cultivate those relationships. We've got the North Omaha Neighborhood Alliance, really strong relationship with Precious McKesson, who leads that. The North Omaha Commercial Club, Maylee Mason's been a good partner with us in letting us come in and talk to her folks, but also reaching out and kind of keeping open lines of communication with me so that we know where there's some areas of opportunity to help with that. And then we've been sending out newsletters of sort, keeping it quick. Everyone's inbox gets inundated, but we've reached out to over, I think we sent at least 720 email contacts out to make sure that our neighborhood leads, these aren't just homeowners associations who are concerned about like what color your fence is. This is neighborhood associations. These are the folks doing the work to make sure that their communities are strong, and letting them know, here's what your resources are, here's who I am, let us know how we can help you, again, with specific focus in North Omaha. We have some great relationships with nonprofits. Spark, I like to talk about because they are right in the heart of North Omaha on 24th Street doing some great work. We've been partnering with them over the last almost year now, but specifically over Juneteenth and the Freedom Festival. And then with the Native Omaha Days Committee, with regard to all of the interactions that were going on as folks came and celebrated who have been away from Omaha and came back, and those who are local to the North Omaha area. And then other community resources. I love talking about this one. We just got done with this Metro Community College Sustainability Boot Camp for youth. They focus on kids in underserved areas. So they were focusing on kids in North Omaha, wanted to make sure that they had opportunities to learn about sustainability and STEM. We were the executive sponsor. We sent folks from all over the district. We had Eric Bensala, Sam Heiser from PDM, we had Nate Harrell talking about solar, Chris Fertiska talking to the kids about Read'em, and the kids loved it. I got to go to the certificate ceremony. It was fantastic. You'll see more about that in the president's report. And then just this, you can read the bullets, all the different opportunities, and that's just a snippet of them. Those that are focused in North Omaha, where between Speakers Bureau or other connections we have, we're going out and doing outreach. Next slide, please. All right, so this is where I think we've got a few more numbers for you. The weatherization, energy efficiency work, I mentioned Eric a couple times now, just the work that entire team is doing. 41 homes have been weatherized through OPPD's EEAP programs as of July 31st. 22 of those 41 are in North Omaha. 59% of our low-income customers are renters, and with this expansion of the program, we can better serve our low-income customers with energy efficiency needs who are actually not owning their homes, and that typically hasn't been the case. The Greener Together program, cannot say enough about that. In North Omaha alone, we delivered funds to 2 nonprofits in North Omaha with the second phase of the Greener Together program, over $144,000 into No More Empty Pots, for rooftop solar, and the Florence Futures for neighborhood improvements. And that's in the neighborhood that's right by our North Omaha station. So those are really exciting too. And then human capital, where would we be without our people force? And so our human capital team has been busy. They're focusing on talent acquisition efforts for the recruiting needs across the district, but specific to North Omaha. We've got John Staub, who sits on the Heartland Workforce Solutions Board. We've got collaborations with, I mentioned Metro. We do that with not just the boot camp, but a variety of ways. The University of Nebraska, Creighton, Bellevue, and all these different tools for secondary education for pipeline development. They're doing stuff with Omaha North, and the career fairs with the Empowerment Network. I can't say enough about all the work that Human Capital is doing as well, and they've been an awesome partner. And then almost done, we've got the next slide. We talk about policy and grants and economic development. So Carissa on our team, she's busy. She's been tracking more than 200 funding opportunities, including grants, loans, and tax incentives. And that's just for the district's benefit. So the things I mentioned before with IIJA and IRA, that's for our customers and small business owners to go out and try to capture for themselves. This is where Chris is trying to help us so that we can help our customers. And like I said, she's been extremely busy. And then in her free time went and gave a grant clinic in North Omaha on the 12th of June. But then we've also got Seth, who he's not sitting on his laurels. He's been following all of the state and federal policy programs, everything from EV charging rates and dark fiber, easy for me to say. So we've been busy with regard to following policy and grants, as well as our economic development team led by Brooke Aiken. We've got assistance with the housing and marketing subcommittee. Javier leads our urban core. There's different strategies and planning going on with the business park. And then different entrepreneurial education and EEC partners regarding Size Up Nebraska. We've talked about this stuff before with you guys, but just to let you know that we're still working on that. So between the educational that's going on at Oppd.com, we've got Seth in policy, Chris and grants, we're hitting it from all angles. And then I think my last slide might be on environmental. So we're so happy to have Cliff with us, and Jeremy is busy as ever, still coordinating with local agencies on air monitoring, and directing local agencies where to go for air quality alerts. We've got some stuff located on our own website that points to some of those items. Working on the climate action plan, that's kind of ebbed and flowed with regard to kind of just action on the city's climate action plan. But Jeremy's keeping us posted on that and has consulted on that in a variety of ways. And then we're going to be putting more information on Oppd.com that will direct right to the EPA's website. I think that might be my last.
Questions?
No other questions? Question. So you said that you gave us a number of how many homes had been weatherized this year. How does that compare to other years? Because I know other years we've had trouble even spending the money we had in the budget because of low utilization. Is that increasing? How is that? How does that compare to other years? Are we making progress in that?
So we have been making progress. It's been a focused effort. We still are not able to quite get the number of enrollments, but we continue to work at that. In talking with the team, one of the biggest challenges is the qualification factors that folks may have a need but don't quite meet the qualification factors. So we continue to be both cognizant of that and also work through taking different approaches to try to reach those folks that are eligible and make sure they enroll.
So those qualification factors, are those factors that we set the parameters for, or someone else sets those parameters for us?
We work off of factors, qualification factors established through other nonprofits and other.
So these are federal funds and state funds, and we're working with both. To be frank, I think we've had issues, and we've been able to solve issues with qualification issues. At the federal level, most lately with the state, we're actively working and trying to make these funds available and remove some of these barriers to really make these funds go to work, as opposed to be sitting on a fund waiting for us to meet all these qualifications. It takes a lot of coordination with state authorities and federal authorities to unlock.
But some of that's out of our control. And so, I mean, we're getting criticism because we're not doing enough for weatherization, but some of that is out of our control, and it has to, if the guidelines are coming down from the state or the feds, we have to play within those guidelines. So I just wanted to clarify that. So thank you.
But some of the guidelines are within our control, right? Current status on bill or enrollment in a level payment plan are guidelines for income qualified programs, right? And those are internal, not federal or state guidelines or set by any of the organizations.
Right. So what our team does is acknowledging those guidelines that we don't have control over. We constantly evaluate those that we do have some discretion over, and we work to make sure we're reaching the right folks. So I feel good about the network we have throughout the customer service ranks when we encounter, in particular in our customer care area, when we encounter someone that's got some difficulties, that group is very well vested and aware of the opportunities we have, so we can work with that person where we have a demonstrable need right in front of us and get them on any programs they may be eligible for.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I do understand that we are working our best to get people enrolled in programs. But for example, customer assistance pilot program is not a ongoing activity or a physical construction type of thing. It's just a income qualified credit on the bill. But if you are far enough behind on your bill that you need to become current, you can't get current to qualify for the assistance. That's a challenging situation to get to. So I hope that we have empowered our customer service reps that they can come up with ways to make sure that people who need assistance, clearly as demonstrated by being significantly behind on their bill, can get the assistance to help them avoid being further behind on their bill in the future. Is that the case, that we have come up with programs to facilitate getting people into the program? Guidelines and directives to the employees who are working on this to help get people into the program?
What we typically do, absent a specific example, what we typically do is work hand in hand with other partner agencies that may be able to help customers resolve other instances in their economic situation beyond just their bill. As you well know, Care Williams, it's often more than just their electric bill that they're having challenges with. So I feel like we do a really nice job of partnering with other agencies, being generally aware of what they offer, not making decisions for them, but being able to help guide customers to, you may want to start here or start there to help resolve some of these underlying situations, then to enable us to engage on their electric bill.
Help facilitate it to make it not so overwhelming.
And I can tell you, maybe just to, again, absent a specific example, we have, and I know these firsthand because I've actually sat with call center representatives shadowing phone calls, and we have increased their agency. Right? They have a lot more discretion to make decisions on the spot, to waive, to extend payment plans not payment plans, but to extend the periods and to really help the customer. Where in the past, they used to have to go back to the supervisor and get a little more decision making there. Now we're empowering our customer center representatives. More. There's always room for improvement, but it was reassuring for me to see that happening live. That type of decision.
And we have talked about that before. I apologize. That was too much of a leading question, but I'm glad to hear it verified again here. One more question there. The customer assistance pilot program, do we have a number of total enrolled people in that program now?
I'll follow up with a specific number in role of Chair Williams. We've been increasing that, and that's been a focus point. I'm absent the specific number right now. We're below the total threshold, but we're continually moving that up.
Great, thanks. No more discussion now. I know that's a small part of our engagement in North Omaha broadly, but thanks very much for following up that.
Yeah, this, we're not new to the community. Right? We've been doing work in North Omaha before, and this is a good example of sort of what we do today. Could you describe for us kind of the delta between maybe what we were doing before and the magnitude of the increase, and maybe refresh us on why the focus?
And I appreciate that when I said that there were lessons learned. We've been on boots on the ground more than we ever have in the past. Before, we would have just sponsored something, or so we're trying to make that interaction with the community so much more robust. And as you've heard me say, we are the brand, right? And so people need to see us and trust us. And that part has really, really taken off. The team's exhausted, but as you can tell from Jamie, ever ready battery man, so.
So, but let me, great, that's a great point and specific question. These came about in August of last year. It was about a year ago, with the decision to delay refueling of our North Omaha station, and the board asked us to look into this. How can we engage in a more meaningful way, intentional way with the North Omaha community? And that's really what sparked this additional engagement. The lesson that we've been learning all along is this is fantastic. We don't need to have these type of catalytic moments to begin this discussion. And so what we're trying to do here is emulate this type of engagement in other parts of our service territory. And I'm going to go back to a comment that Director Wagner made earlier about the rates and all electric rates and the need that we're going to have in the future to really engage with customers in a way that we haven't engaged in the past. And we can't begin that conversation if we haven't already been present in those communities. If we're going to start having conversations about distributed generation and rooftop solar and energy, electric vehicle, time of use charging, et cetera, all of the topics that have been covered through the morning requires both the utility and the customer. Right? And so having this type of engagement, what I've asked Lisa to do is emulate the modeling that we've done in North Omaha that is working, in my opinion, well elsewhere. There's no reason why we can't do this type of engagement in South Omaha, in Bellevue, Papillion, West Omaha, et cetera. So I think this is, it will have benefits that are well beyond what we imagined when we were having the North Omaha conversation a year ago.
Yeah, that has COP implications, right? I mean, boots. It's boots on the ground, and that's the time, the energy.
We've been going through that just as we speak for the RAS. So my colleagues have, they are supporting so that we can make those efforts. And there won't be a cookie cutter approach. Sure. Because what South Omaha needs may be different than, in some of the Washington County areas and so forth. So that's what we're working on right now with the strategy, is taking these lessons learned and saying, where can we utilize them in different areas of the service territory?
So that's great. Has me thinking about SD connection and measuring efficacy. Maybe I don't have a specific question, but that's.
And that's what the team we're working on right now.
Cool.
Is that we want to have those metrics to show that we're moving the needle. Yep. In fact, the team's also putting together just an overview of our community connection And so that you'll have some materials that you can give to some of your constituents as well. So we want to go tell our own story.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
I have one more question. Part of the concern about North Omaha was health, and I'm not seeing anything really in your report about what if OPPD is engaged in changing health outcomes. And I know that that's maybe not within our scope even, but that certainly was one of our concerns. And if you didn't hear that that was a concern in the community, I'd be surprised. But I didn't see anything really in your report about health outcomes and any work that we're doing.
I appreciate that because that was the initial
Right.
portion to get into the community. It was amazing that it really wasn't on people's minds as much as we thought. They want energy efficiency, they want weatherization, they want help with their bills. Now, we're not ignoring that by no means because we are working on putting monitors around. Yep.
So, a great question. That's certainly what Lisa said. It's right. There are specific groups and specific people who are very engaged on that, and we continue to talk with them. The ad hoc committee is one that has continued to express health as a topic that they want to bring up. They have gone out and they've purchased air monitors, and we're working to figure out what type of data they're getting from that. We are also trying to continue that same dialogue with the NDEE. What work can we coordinate on air quality and monitors there? So it's not, we didn't ignore it. We're certainly working with those groups, and we're working on many other topics that we heard the community is interested in. I think that's the beauty of these, that it ended up being a lot bigger and wider scope.
Any other questions about Omaha? No, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
And we'll move on to our legislative.
Yes, and Seth is dialing in, he's on vacation. So he's dialing in to give us a federal update, and then we have, Brooke's gonna give a community update as well. Seth, are you there?
Yeah, can everybody hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so point of personal privilege I want to take. Today is my daughter's first day of kindergarten, so me and my wife just dropped her off a couple hours ago. We're still holding it together pretty well, so if I kind of sputter a little bit, that's why. So on this first slide you see here, the federal bills of interest, the main ones that we're really tracking right now is permitting reform. This is forefront in everybody's mind. There's several bills introduced in both the House and Senate. And they are trying to make, there's a bipartisan effort to see what can be done, but there's still some differences that have to be worked out. So this fall is going to be key on some of these things here. The key issues are kind of on the following here. National Environmental Policy Act reform. This is one of the tough ones that everyone's kind of look at. This is an environmental statute that it's never been touched really very much because it's very important to the environment and keeping things where they're studied properly. There has been some reforms on it, but they're looking at that. There's some transmission issues that are going in there. The main issues that we're following are cost allocation and interregional planning. The cost allocation is very important so that the users pay their fair share on those things, but we also want to make sure that the costs are allocated correctly. And the interregional planning is making sure that seams issues between RTOs and ISOs are as best as they can be to make sure that when there is extreme weather or issues that happen, you can get the power where it needs to be a little bit better than previously. Endangered Species Act reform is also being thrown into this. This has been tried for 20, 30 years. This is a very tough one to get, and I think it's just they throw it in so they can talk about it, but it's probably not going to make anywhere close to the final product. This is one of those other ones that it's too difficult to touch. Judicial reform is in here too. This is more on the Republican side. They want to make sure that it cuts down on the appeals and things that you can sue on. This is a very tough, again, subject to be putting in here, but they are talking about it. And then one thing that has popped up on almost every single bill is that most of these bills are for renewable energy, getting them on the transmission cost allocation, those are kind of things there. But there is a bipartisan effort to make sure that all forms of energy are included on this because, you know, they all see the value of a diverse portfolio, and they want to make sure it's in there. I don't think there's any kind of policy changes, but it's one thing that they're all looking at to make sure that everything is kind of still in that area. Next slide, please. All right, these are the other ones that we're kind of looking at here. There's quite a few bills out there. The electric vehicles, there are a number of anti-electric vehicles is how we're kind of putting it, putting caps on how many tax credits can go out there, fuel standards, those kind of things. You'll see most of this action in the House of Representatives. They'll probably pass some, but it's not going to go anywhere in the Senate. Inflation Reduction Act repeals, there's a number of bills there to repeal the whole act, to repeal parts of the act. One thing that we see more, that occurs more than others, is that this now becomes a pay for. You know, most times when you have something on there, you have to pay for it. Them repealing part of this is part of that. So we're keeping a keen eye on all of those. Another bipartisan subject out there is nuclear. So there's streamlining and permitting. It's mainly for the advanced nuclear, small modular reactors. There's a lot of funding going into this right now too. The first small modular reactor that will be built in this country will be with Idaho National Labs and UAMPS, which is a public power utility out of Utah. So they're getting a lot of funding that way, hundreds of millions of dollars being put into those programs there. And the last one is fuel from safer places. A lot of the fuel that our nuclear industry uses is from Russia and some of those related countries. So I try to make sure and figure out how they're going to deal with that. And there's some bipartisan legislation on all of those. There's also a slew of bills on environmental, social, and governance. Again, these are in the House. Financial Services Committee is putting a keen interest in there. It'll could pass the House, we're not sure, but it's just any kind of restrictions on that. You know, the states are also doing that. We don't think any of these will get through the Senate either. There's a bill out there to restore advanced refunding. This was taken away from not just public power, but schools, roads, counties, cities. Back in 2017 when tax reform happened. We're hopefully, if it's a bipartisan bill, we're hoping we can get that over the finish line one of these years, and we're making a pretty good effort on this Congress as well. There's some cybersecurity reporting, drones language. This is more for us on that. It's making sure that we can go beyond line of sight when we're inspecting lines, those kind of things. This is in the FAA reauthorization. We hope it stays in there. It's important for all of us, those kind of things. And lastly on this one, LIHEAP funding. There was an increase in LIHEAP funding. We always push for this to make sure that we have as much money as possible in the LIHEAP fund to make sure we can take care of our customers that need the help. And we're making a big effort through APPA and LPBC to make sure that we're advocating for these, highlighting it, and making sure that it stays in the legislation where it is. Next slide, please. So when we were out there, when Director Howard, David Dover, and I were out there, these are some of the frequent congressional questions that we got while we were there. Concern over proposed EPA regulations. We know where those are, and you guys have Cliff in there to go over a lot of that. Transformer manufacturing and DOE standards. This, you know, it's a problem for us, but it's a problem for every utility in the country. The transformers are, you know, there's a supply chain issue that's out there, and it's, you know, it is what it is, and hopefully it can get better. We're hoping, you know, there's both bipartisan support on trying to fix that, so that's really working hard. As I said before, continuation of permitting reform, and then for us on the IRA, it's making sure that direct pay isn't taken away from us under the IRA, and making sure that the domestic content rules and direct pay provisions are still favorable to public power utilities. Our trade associations are working hard on this, as are all the utilities out there. Just making sure that, you know, some of the guidance comes out is easy for us to use, but make sure that we can still do it. Every now and then it makes it difficult to get some of these things done, but we are working hard to make sure that all of this is good for us going forward. With that, I believe that is my last slide, so I'll take any questions that you guys might have.
Yeah, on the slide here at the top, you've got EPA regulations. Can you say a little bit more about that section 111 and kind of where we are, what we expect, just kind of projections forward?
Sure. So the main thing from our congressional delegation, they're worried about two plants, Gerald Gentleman and Nebraska City. And what we told them too is like, look, one, it's a proposed rule. It's a proposed rule. It's going to change. There's comment periods out there. APPA and LPPC are working on comments on where things are going to go and those kind of things. And we're keeping a keen eye on it to make sure that we understand it, we review it, we know how it's going to impact us. I'll turn it over to Cliff for any more comments on that as well.
Actually,
if he has any.
Jump in here really quick. The comment period was due last week, and pretty much everyone in the country was interested in these submitted comments. Trade associations, research institutes like Oppd and others. We used our trade association voice, worked with APPA and LPPC, and try to figure out, hey, how could we work with the proposed EPA regulations? What were the concerns? Most of the concerns are around maturity and scalability of the alternative technology that was proposed under the proposed rule, which was hydrogen or carbon capture and sequestration. The timing that was laid out under the proposed EPA rule, I think the consensus was it's not achievable. It's good technologies, but the maturity of those technologies and the scalability as a country will require a lot longer time frame. Just paraphrasing what I think most of the comments were around. The RTOs, Regional Transmission Organizations, submitted comments. SPP did that along with PJM, MISO, and others. Some submitted comments as a group, some individually as independent system operators. I think by and large, at least from what I read, it's about a reality check around what is the time frame that the rule is proposing and what is the country's capability to meet the technology, the alternative technology in those timeframes, and the risks associated with not revising the rules and forcing the country to shut down baseload generation too early without having the opportunity to modify those plants and incorporate emerging technology in a timeframe that makes more sense. That's more or less what you probably see on the comments that were proposed. Seth, any comments, any updates on when the EPA is scheduled to respond to those comments?
Yeah, I think they finalized their comments already. I saw an email on that as well, so those should be getting in. They should already be submitted, I would suspect. But I'm not sure. I'll find out for sure just to make sure. One other thing I was going to add too, I read this this morning. FERC Commissioner Danley sent in I think a letter to EPA. I need to check to see exactly what it is, but the gist of it was to say, hey, we're in charge of reliability. We want to make sure that all that's covered, and they're having a meeting on that. I think the technical conference coming up, and they want EPA to wait to extend the comment period until they have that technical conference done so that they can weigh in on the reliability concerns that some had. So I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but I read that this morning. So
Apologize for that. I meant the EPA. When is the EPA scheduled to respond?
Oh, so once they get all their comments in, they usually give kind of a time frame, but it can be a while. It could be it's short. It can be short or long. It all kind of depends on what they're doing. All of the federal agencies now are so busy with stuff in the IRA and IIJA. It may take some time, but I know they're trying to finalize the overall rule, I think by April of next year. So I would suspect that they'll work pretty feverishly to get the responses out.
I expect this to be a topic and meeting for the next few months, and we'll continue to keep everyone updated.
And I apologize, Cliff, Seth called you out, but did you have anything to add?
No, just we're continuing to monitor the progress of this as it moves through. There's also be substantial litigation on this effort as well. And this, we already have in many ways foreseen this with the work that was done with the pathways to decarbonization, already foresaw transition at North Omaha with time, obviously not at the timeline compressed by this legislation, but just so you know that the district has already been looking at long-term scopes to address that problem.
Thank you. Any other questions for Seth? Seeing that, I think you're free to go cry in your Take
Yeah,
lots.
me and my wife we're having a little bit of a hard time, but we'll get there. So thank you.
Thank you, Seth.
Thanks, Seth. I've just got one quick slide. Before I go to that, just want to recognize Seth and David and Kelly doing great work this summer, building relationships with the senators, meeting with them one-on-one. We don't have a state focus today, but wanted to call that out. We have one slide on local and wanted to recognize Dustin and Michaela and our team for all the great work they've been doing on a local level. So if you can go to the next slide, maybe the next 2 slides. Oh, maybe it's not on here. I'll just speak to it. So real quickly, we've got a lot of stakeholder engagement and community outreach underway involving the Cass to Sarpy transmission line as well as the K-Junction solar project. That's where a lot of our focus has been. We've also been hosting local leader coffee sessions with Javier and really getting out and engaging with the community. This work, as you all well know, is 24/7 around the clock, and a lot of nights and weekends spent among the team. So a lot of great work underway there. If there's any questions, we have Dustin and Michaela on the line as well.
Do you want to give us an update on K-Junction on New York, on the work that you guys have been doing in York?
Yeah, it's a great question, and we can certainly dive deeper on it later. We've been meeting with the county officials as well as some of the local leaders, recognizing this project also plays a role in the McCool Junction area. We've also been meeting with a lot of stakeholders. So from a school district standpoint, as well as an NRD standpoint, some of the key stakeholders have really wanted to engage with us. So we've tried to take a proactive approach. The local economic developer has been instrumental to our work and efforts there. So we are spending a lot of time in York County and plan to for the foreseeable future. And we had a great group out there just last week, meeting with the county leadership, and we're working on more community outreach aspects as well. So really taking more of an approach with meeting with some of the local organizations, even from a nonprofit standpoint, is seeing how we can best plug it in with the community ahead, recognizing this is going to be several months and years down the road, and we want to make sure we have a good presence in the community. So that work is actively underway.
And we're positioning this more about public power rather than OPPD coming into York County, because we all know everyone loves their communities. So we just wanted to foster that relationship as we move forward. So the team, we have been spending a lot of time in York County.
Other questions for Brooke?
Going somewhat back to the previous discussion topic, are there programs that have already been funded at the federal level that we are engaging with community organizations to support? I'll be more specific. Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund on the Solar for All program. Is that something that we have engaged with organizations around?
That is a great question. We are working through that as we speak. So there are at least one, if not two, key entities that are working on their notice of intent involving that project. We are closely working with those entities as well as other utilities across the state on really working on a cohesive plan for a joint effort involving that program, understanding there's a lot of complexities to it. So the team has a lot of meetings even this week involving that subject, and we will have a more robust update for you on where we stand on that later this month.
Great, glad to hear it. I'm very supportive of the intention of that program. Glad to hear we're partnering with community organizations to see it advanced. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Other questions?
All right, thank you.
Brooke? Okay, and that concludes our report.
Great. So I think that is the end of the Customer and Public Engagement Committee. Still need a better shorthand for that. But with that, I think we're going to take a break for lunch now and then come back for systems after lunch. So 40 minutes for lunch. That makes 12. Yeah. 12:15. Let's go with that. All right, good afternoon and welcome back, everyone. Back from lunch, we're moving to the Systems Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee, and we'll hand that to Director Moody.
Thank you, Director Williams. Lots of good stuff on the agenda today for systems. We will start with the chair's report. You see the agenda up there from our August 2nd meeting. I will note that systems committee did not take July off. We met in July as well. The focus of that conversation was entirely about the near-term generation and strategic directive number 9. But on August 2nd, we had a much more diverse agenda. We will talk about near-term generation and AMI a little bit later on our agenda, but for today, a couple of quick updates on a few things you can see up there. With respect to the large project updates, the committee received a progress update on the ongoing construction efforts on the power with purpose generation projects, as well as the efforts on the deconstruction of Fort Calhoun Station. Both projects are not without challenges consistent with projects of this size, this cost, this scope, and this risk. But the executive leadership team continues to share progress on these items, including the difficulties and how we are navigating those complexities. So we got a really good update, noting that we will get members who are not on that committee. We will, that's what our power of purpose closed session discussion will be this afternoon. So there's some discussion. There's more discussion for us to have a bit later. With respect to the power with purpose generation update, so item number 4 up there, that was pre-public notification of the K-Junction project. So we got kind of a sneak peek preview on what was happening there. And we talked about that a little bit in the Customer and Public Engagement Committee discussion, at least with respect to the kind of work that's going on out in York. I don't know if there's anything at all highlight. I'll look to you, Mr. Underwood, if there's more that we want to share in terms of the specifics of that project. I assume that maybe we're going to have something in President's report on Thursday, maybe? Question mark.
If you want to, yes,
Yeah.
we will.
So I don't know when we want to share more information about it, but if you want to now would be a good time to do so.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Sure.
Chair Moody. So maybe for those who aren't familiar with the project or haven't seen our press releases or any of our social channels, it's about a 310 megawatt facility. It's located south of York, kind of in the McCool Junction area. And so it's been a great partnership between Lisa and myself and many others to really get into a new way to deliver projects into our community. So one of the things we've learned over the last few years is when a third-party organization, many of them reputable, many of them have long histories of delivery, come into one of our communities, it can be a confusing experience. And it can be a confusing experience because the community is unsure for understandable reasons. Is this the utility or is this the developer? And where are you from and what are you trying to do? And so what we saw was a moment to seize an opportunity. We were able to do that because of the board's action in Power with Purpose to release our engineers and our commercial folks to go source these efforts. And so we did that. We bought the rights to a project. And so we went out to York County, as Ms. Aiken had alluded to earlier, and we established ourselves as the owner of the rights of the project, and how we were there for some very protracted conversations on what this is, what the community should expect, and ultimately to give feedback on how the community would like to see these types of projects delivered. And so because of what we've done, we've really created a space where the utilities in the state of Nebraska can collaborate directly with the community to ensure better visibility to what's going on to maybe resource them a little bit differently, to be able to navigate these conversations, to identify the difficult parts and maybe the parts that have more unity. And so that'll be going on the next handful of quarters. We're super excited about it. And so if we were to just talk about this in terms of magnitude for the district, there's 81 megawatts of the Platteview solar facility. This is about 310. So now we're talking about 400 megawatts of on-peak generation for our customer owned. We are very, very excited to move this forward in the right ways for public power and for our communities. Many of those objectives are completely aligned. So
if I may, thank you, Brad. Great overview. Very important conversations we had with a public testimony at the county commissioners meeting. We emphasize that this project is in its infancy stages, right? Very important contractual activity that happened just a few weeks ago. There are many more points of activity that will come after that. We talked about the partnership with local communities, local school districts. There was some concern or questions about tax revenue, tax roll, property, et cetera. And we talked about how we are very interested in continuing that conversation and perhaps bringing in private developers to come in and help us with the build out, potentially owning, right? The fact that we bought the rights doesn't mean that we have made a decision to own and operate the facility going forward. It is very much on the table, the option of having a private entity own and operate such facility, in which case the tax revenues, property tax revenues, nameplate tax revenue will stay in the community. So all of those conversations are happening. Healthy conversations. Of course, there are some skepticism, or at least people who have questions about what this may look like. And as Brooke Aiken said earlier, we will be in York County more frequently in the next few weeks and months. But we're very excited about this project. It's an opportunity for us to highlight how Nebraska comes together, and we really work together to support all of our communities. We're working in conjunction with coordination with the Nebraska Public Power District, which this is their territory, and working through the Southwest Power Pool on how could we interconnect this facility using their substation, their transmission lines. So it's a great example of partnership across Nebraska entities.
Colleagues, any quick questions? Okay, I'll just, thank you for the updates. I'll just add, as you pointed out, the resolution in 2019 enabled the team to go out and execute on this, but that was not without the board's engagement, involvement in some way, shape, or form, right? Like this just didn't appear out of the blue and we said, you did what? The potential approach was brought to us in closed session. We had some good discussion and asked a lot of really good questions about it. So in some ways, this is sort of like a tiny little case study for kind of what we envision as part of ST9, which again, we're going to talk about later. So just wanted to make sure that the public knows that the board was involved in some of those discussions. Okay, that concludes the chair's report. Let's move on to Mr. Bai and the transmission construction for fall of 2023.
Thank you. My single approval item today. It's a good month from that perspective. And for the board's consideration, we have a transmission construction contract here. It's labor. There's a little bit of material involved, but it's very, very small. What we did as a team, my team looked at multiple small projects that we have, numerous areas that we needed to do some transmission work, packaged it all together so that we could have a more robust bidding process on this instead of a bunch of small jobs. So it works out really well. We do this all the time as we look across a portfolio of items that we execute. In this particular case, we're looking at outside services for a couple of reasons. One, we have a very small transmission group. They are fully prescribed. We need to have the additional help to be able to execute this. And some of the larger transmission work requires equipment too that we may or may not have in our fleet. So most of our transmission projects tend to be outside services. So what this kind of consists of when we package them all together, there's some relocations of facilities. There's some replacements of infrastructure that's aging that we need to get out of the system and put something new in from a resiliency standpoint. That's part of our asset management program to make sure that we maintain a very strong system to withstand the winds and weather that we have here in Nebraska. And there's a small piece in here, deconstruction of an existing facility that's no longer needed. So that would be taken out. So the construction labor includes things like erection, framing, installation of conduit, conductor, shield wire, all of those type of things that's needed to have a good, strong transmission system. As far as the bids received, we had 5 potential bidders on this. 3 of the 5 were met both the legally and technically nature. Ones that didn't fall within that, fell outside, were due to exclusions or lack of firm pricing in their offer, which we've seen a little bit more of that lately in this more difficult supply chain market that we're navigating. Construction would begin September of 2023, so pretty quick. Be finished by the end of the year, which we're excited about that. And the bid from High Voltage was evaluated to be the best bid for this particular need. And so very close to the engineer's estimate, so pretty much spot on there. It's an organization, we have not used them before, so we went and we checked the references, all been pretty positive. We are familiar with the leadership of the organization. I think they were started back in 2008, so they're newer in that space, but we were very familiar with the leader who runs this organization. Is happy with our past experiences with them.
Where the headquarters were?
Utah. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions we might have.
Headquartered in Utah, but do they have a history of work in the region? Yeah, okay.
A lot of these contractors, right, they're out in many different states.
Hey, colleagues, fairly straightforward. Any questions?
All right,
thanks, Troy.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, again, the systems committee got a quick preview of this in our meeting, but now excited to get an AMI update. Mr. Underwood.
Great. Well, I'll introduce Mr. Aaron Smith. He's going to make his way up to the podium here. And Aaron, by title, is our Director of Distributed Device Strategy. And really, as we look at the distribution system and what tools or resources are available to electric system operators to improve power quality, to reduce service interruptions, just generally harden the system. Aaron works the closest with our utility operations groups on being able to deploy those technologies. We gave a broad title on distributed device strategy, really a lot of things in this space. One of those things is meters. Meters are now not a recorder, they're a strategic enabler. And so Aaron's going to give us a brief update on what's going on in AMI space. There's a lot of information here. There's an organization that's been built, and then he'll give you a little bit of a flavor on what to expect over the coming months and when we'll be back to give another update. So Aaron, take it away, sir.
All right. Thank you, Brad. Good afternoon, everyone. So our agenda for today, we'll kind of take a review on what the AMI ecosystem of technologies is. As we've talked about in the past, it's a lot more than just meters required to deliver this new value for our customers. And we'll highlight that value as we discuss the benefits that we'll achieve both when we begin our deployment and then ongoing as we unlock new capabilities and functionality into the future. We'll also walk through some of the great progress we've made, including selection of vendors and strategic partners. And then finally, we'll take a look at some upcoming milestones for the rest of this calendar year. Next one, please. So we know the work that I'm going to update you on today is going to bring us closer to our long-term goals of powering the future to 2050. And that really starts with OPPD's enterprise level five-year priorities. The AMI ecosystem of technologies will enable our two-way communication goals with our customers and also contribute significantly to our technology transformation. Specifically, the new enhancements in situational awareness and reliability will contribute to our perfect power goals. we'll be able to enable future rates and products and services as we trend towards our customer freedom goals. And the modern technology architecture that we're using to deploy this will also get us that future-ready posture, and so that we can be that digitally driven utility that we strive to be. This one, please. So, as I mentioned before, our effort is a lot more than just meters. We need a whole suite of technologies to be AMI ready and provide that two-way communication with our customers. So I'll kind of try to paint a little picture for you of how this fits together. So our geographic information system houses our electrical connectivity model on which our outage management system is built. The meter data management system is where we will house all the information that we collect from the new advanced meters, including that automatic outage notification. And that will also be fed into the outage management system so that we'll know right where to deploy our crews and resources. The enterprise asset management system and field service management will allow us to track work at an asset level, which is super important as we're deploying, 400,000 new meter assets on the system, and also allow us to assign work in a really efficient manner. In addition, the customer platform will allow our customers to view their usage at a much more granular level than they're able to today, and also provide a modern outage map and provide outage updates to our customers in a way that they prefer, such as text, emails, automatically generated phone calls. A really key piece of this entire program is that this is built on modern architecture, including middleware technology. And so if you're not familiar with middleware, kind of an example would be, so back in the day when you went to go visit a foreign country, you would have to a lot of times study up to at least learn the basics of language to kind of get around, right? Today, you can grab your phone and there's all these translator apps that you can grab. Middleware is kind of like that modern translator app that allows these systems that speak different languages to talk together and share information. So that's a super key piece of this, as well as we're leveraging the cloud for efficiencies as we go forward, so that we can keep these systems up to date in real time and kind of avoid systems kind of getting aged and not be up on the latest version. So that platform and kind of that architecture that we're building on is super important to set us up for the future. Next one, please. So there's our AMI program is going to provide many benefits to our customers. Specifically, in the early days of this program, as we roll it out, we're focused on our customer outage journey and providing timely updates to our customers, and also providing them detailed information on their energy use. The program also will provide benefits to Oppd on the utility side to allow us to modernize our operations and make us more agile. And then, as kind of was discussed previously, AMI will open the door for lots of long-term possibilities in terms of rates and products and services, integrating new technologies such as distributed energy resources, electric vehicles, and providing more visibility into the system than we've ever had before, so that we can really manage our assets and asset health. And we've taken a look through our strategic initiatives that we've worked on the past couple of years of kind of what's the business case and what's the value, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. But really, we see over the 20-year life of this program about a $30 to $50 million benefit to the positive. So a program with this size, in addition to all those benefits, and those are just kind of like a scratching the surface of benefits, a program of this size also comes with some risks. With the number of systems that we're implementing, there's many schedule dependencies and costs and benefits that must be managed over a multi-year deployment schedule. And to mitigate this, we've engaged strategic partners both for system integration to help us stand up the technologies, as well as business integration to focus on change management and communications, and provide some program and project management support. In order to be successful, we'll need to focus on that experience for both our employees as well as customers, and use proven change management methodologies to ensure the adoption of these new technologies. We also know that AMI is going to provide mountains of data for us, and that will really help us to improve our operations and create efficiencies and value for our customers. But that data must be protected and managed effectively. So having good data governance will be critical as we embark on that. To date, we've engaged 5 different technology vendors and 2 strategic partners. And it's critical to keep everyone on the same page as we implement this and leverage the new technologies. And so to do this, we've established a program management office within our digital transformation area, identified our business and technical sponsors for each key project, and also created a strong program governance that includes key executive sponsors. And finally, we know that we'll be changing the way that we operate on a daily basis and redesigning the way that the utility functions. And so to do that, we've created new roles specifically responsible for change management. We've engaged our existing change and communication resources within Oppd, and we've also onboarded that business integrator to help us guide us through the journey as we go using those proven change management methodologies. So here I'll kind of double down a little bit on that change management and program management piece. We've identified that vendor support for this. We're looking at all our various processes, knowing that that's going to change, and developing those key plans. It's going to be super critical with something of this size. The change management, it can't be the icing on the cake when you get to the end of this. It's got to be mixed into the batter as we're doing this all the way along. And so that's why, this is a multi-year effort, as you know, but we're really focused on that change piece from day one. Also within the program management framework, we've created a governance structure to align on clear decision-making through life of the program. And what are the key releases or phases? As we studied AMI, we know there's hundreds of different use cases for the technology and all the data that it produces. Obviously, we can't enable all 100 at the same time. And so we're working with our strategic partners to lay out that plan for the early days, which kind of I mentioned, we're focusing on that outage journey, customer information, and then be able to layer on those future possibilities of products and services and enhance new functionality within the tools. We've also launched what we're calling the AMI Accelerator organization under our team, and we're staffing key roles that will support both the deployment of the new technologies and also the long-term AMI vision. For once AMI is fully deployed, this will be the team that's looking at what are those next things that we can keep unlocking and adding value for our customers. And we've built the team to include both technical resources, engineering resources, back office subject matter experts, as well as our craft professionals in the field to come together as a team as we're building this out to test the functionality, making sure everything's going to go very smooth. So as we roll this out to all of our customers, that'll happen in an efficient and smooth manner. It's really important that we bring all the users to the table up front as opposed to having a small group build it and kind of pass it on. And so we're really excited about that. We've also embedded some key resources in several business units, including utility operations and customer service, that will be dedicated to this program effort moving forward. To the next one, please. So as I mentioned, we put together a business case through our strategic initiative efforts, and there's just tons and tons of benefits for our customer owners with this program. Over the 20-year period, we're projecting benefits of about $308 million with a present value of $181 million. And the projected cost to deploy the AMI meters and stand up this ecosystem of technologies, kind of in that phase one of the technologies, is $125 to $150 million. And that includes the purchase and the installation of the meters. That accounts for about $75 to $80 million of that piece. So it's the meters, the deployment, and all the other ecosystem technologies that we've talked about here. So now kind of getting to some of the key business decisions. As I mentioned, we've made some great progress and engaged five key vendors with one more to select. We have, for our geographic information system, Esri, which is ArcGIS platform. This is really the standard in the industry, especially if you go out to like county websites and all the mapping that you can do. That's all really based on an Esri platform. So we're feel really strong there. Our OSI system, we have OSI today for our energy management system that controls our generation and transmission and the bulk electric system. We'll be adding the outage management and distribution management system on that platform. And OSI has been a great partner for us, and they're really an industry leader in this space. So also very excited there. For the field service management, we've engaged a company called Smart Energy Water, and they'll be providing kind of the front end that our crews will see in the field and how they'll get their work. And then also kind of all the scheduling engines on the back end to make sure that we're efficient as we're performing work on behalf of our customers. We've also selected the IBM Maximo product for our enterprise asset management, also a huge leader in the utility space for that. There are tons and tons of utilities that we've talked to that have gone with Maximo. And then finally, for our AMI meters and our meter data management system and our communication network that enables the meters to talk to us, we've selected Landis & Gyr, which is a company that's been around for over 100 years and really has a great reputation. Several of our public power friends here in Nebraska have great experience with LNG. So we're very excited to bring them on. And then the final one that we'll be selecting yet this year is our customer platform. And this is a really key piece that brings all this together and really will allow our customers to experience firsthand the benefits of AMI and be able to really see that usage, get those updates, easily log into their account and perform self-service activities. So we're very excited about that. Right now, as I've mentioned, kind of in the past, we're planning sometime in 2025 to do a soft launch of about 10,000 meters across our territory. We're going to include kind of some rural areas, suburban areas, as well as some urban, more densely populated areas in that rollout, so we can get a really good test of the technologies. And so in order to do that, we need to have all these other systems online by that period in 2025. So that's our target that we're shooting for, and we're building out kind of the integrated program schedule and what that's going to look like as we get more information and onboard these vendors. And then for the AMI meter deployment, we'll do that first 10,000 in 2025, and then do the full deployment of the rest of the 400,000 in 26, 27, possibly into 28 to have the full rollout complete.
Aaron, can you talk quickly, just because it's a topic of relevance? Was earlier this morning and it may be upcoming here. Can you talk a little bit about how these were selected, these companies were selected? Did we conduct an RFP, interview processes? Who participated in the selection?
Yeah, very great. So we had a really broad team across Oppd participating in the selection. We've had, for example, of like the field service management, we had our troubleshooters, our meter techs, field supervisors, our back office staff that does all the scheduling and planning of work. So really a wide group, and really that led to the selection of SEW based on really that frontline user feedback. That's the tool they preferred best, and the other ones we looked at were really close, and so we went with that as the reason to select them. And so we've had a broad team across a whole bunch of different business units provide the selection for these. For example, for the AMI meters, we did the full RFP selection process and got bids from all the major players and kind of whittled it down based on the offerings and what they have. And we really were impressed with Landis & Gyr in terms of their future focus and where we want to head, looking kind of at our Powering the Future 2050 goals and the technology itself. The meters themselves now, it's really just like everyone has a computer in their pocket with a smartphone. It's really a grid edge computer sitting there on the customer premise. And the ability to kind of download updated firmware, updated software, even applications, kind of like an app store-ish concept is really, really important. So the fact that they offered that future looking, as well as they provide an end-to-end solution from the meters network and meter data management, that's all kind of pre-integrated and really helps us cut down on that. We had talked to some utilities that did kind of a mix and match, and they were maybe this was a great feature in terms of the selection. So like I say, lots of resources within OPPD made these decisions on where to go, and we've got one big one coming up.
Question. Aaron, the meters, they're two-way. So those, will this involve new transmission towers? I mean, we just went through this in Saunders County where our EMS updated their communication system, so we had to build new towers. Are these on our transmission lines or on our distribution lines, or will they bounce off the towers that everybody else uses?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we as OPPD, we own several large communication towers for our regular kind of radios that our crews use. And so we'll utilize those as much as possible. We'll also be able to utilize facilities within our substations potentially, or our distribution lines, or even at the neighborhood level, the devices can be powered on a street light. So it's going to be kind of a mix. We've deployed a lot of fiber over the past few years to nearly all of our substations. And so where we can jump on that fiber for a backhaul, we will do that. Other areas we may need to fill in gaps within neighborhoods. If it's on a street light, we may backhaul that through a cellular carrier. So it's going to be kind of a hybrid network, but we hope to use as much existing infrastructure as possible. There may be a few cases where we have to install a new pole or a new tower, but I think those will be fairly minimal.
It's just that out in the rural areas, those towers are further apart, so.
They are, and one of the things too, I guess I'll mention on the communication piece, it is truly a hybrid piece. A lot of the rural areas, what we're going to target is using a meter that's a cellular based meter itself. Because when you have a meter just maybe every few miles in some of the rural areas, you can't really build that mesh network of meters. And so it's going to be that direct cellular solution. And this was another key element that led us to selecting Landis & Gyr. They have a great partnership with a company called Vodafone that allows you to, their device will select automatically the strongest signal, and they have contracts with all the carriers. So if AT&T is strongest, it'll jump on that. If it's Verizon, it jumps to that. And so that's our plan with our rural areas, because we know that can be a little bit spotty, but these devices also are a lot more powerful than a cell phone, let's say. So there should be a lot of not too much concern with that. But again, that's why we're going to test all this stuff in the rural areas as well.
And one more question. Security wise, are these more or less secure than the meters that we have now? I mean, this is two-way communication, and it goes through the air. So can anyone intercept that? Or is this how do we keep anybody from hacking into that?
Yeah, absolutely. No, so this is much in fact, it's so much more modern compared to 20 years ago when we put it in terms of the technology itself. And it has kind of encryption end to end and creates tunnels so that only we can access that data and that signals. And again, a difference too is our existing meters, they're perfectly secure in the fact that with those, because of what they are, is really just a meter. You can't really do anything. You can't turn them off. You can't really hack it and do anything. It's collecting reads and broadcasting those out. So that's a key difference. I don't want to paint the picture that those are not secure. They just have a totally different function compared to the modern ones.
However, if I have a fantastic question, one that we talk about at the executive level. While yes, comparing this technology to technology from 20 years ago, of course, this is better from that perspective, but I think it's important for us to talk about trade-offs. What we're doing here is we're going to create a ton more information going both ways, and all of this is in order for us to accommodate customer preferences and deploy programs and modernize the utility the way our customers want to modernize the utility. The trade-off here comes in that there are more opportunities for bad actors to try to intercept and do bad things in our system. So I think as we are deploying not only the AMI, but we're modernizing all of our systems, a lot more data is flowing through all of our networks. It is incredibly important to have our technology team. Kate Brown probably just stepped out of the room. Our Chief Information Officer has a huge focus on cybersecurity. So it's not just deploying these, it's deploying these and also continuing to make our systems more secure and adding a lot more people, doing a lot more exercises with hacking abilities and trying to make us more robust as we. Oh, there she is. She was probably. Yes, please.
So, what Aaron said, what you said, what this is also doing, this is upping our processes and procedures around all of this. That's huge. Everything that Aaron's talking about around all this technology, taking us to a next level, and it has to, because this is so integrated. But Javier's saying there's so much out there in terms of what we're doing, but the gains we'll get from this, and the way we'll leverage the new technology, which also brings on new security protocols and other components, will help us immensely. So this is huge, it's really exciting. A lot of great collaboration between business and technology, security, all of that's in play, and physical security as well. I don't want to leave that out of the mix too. So it's all in play.
You know, one of the things I'd like to make sure and illuminate for folks is we have Powering the Future 2050 vision, and that's been I think, a pretty unique collaboration between the board and the executive team on where are we going to be in 2050, who are we going to be, what are we going to look like, why. And so when you see things like perfect power and customer freedom, I hear the board very loudly in those 2 of the 6 crossovers, perfect power and customer freedom. And then we take that 2050 vision that Scott and his team have been so masterful to help craft, and you back it down into a closer duration, maybe 7-10 years out. You start to hear the SDs. And you start to hear the board's voice specifically. What are these topics? What does good look like? How do we want you to perform? And then you pair that with high quality conversations with the vendors. So we could have dropped an RFP, and we probably did, that said, hey, you know, does your metering platform run on a cell network? Yes or no? Give us the results, whatever. But then we were able to sit down and learn, hey, it doesn't actually matter what cell network is the strongest, the meter will hop. And a lot of times, because of those conversations with vendors, we're able to really unlock the largest business value, the fastest and the safest. And we use the structure the board has given us to illuminate the path to get there. And I just don't know that if you're hearing this, you really feel those things the way I might feel them. But I think it's important to recognize that those are very strong and very palpable. And it really helps us execute against the broader vision of the organization as defined by the board. So I just want to make that come along. Thanks, Aaron.
If we can go to the next one, please. So kind of taking a look at our partners ecosystem, I mentioned our partners. So we have our business integrator that's really focused on the people, the process, as well as kind of helping us with some of our project and program management and support. We have our system integrator that's really focused on that technical implementation and the integration of all the systems so that they can all talk to each other through that middleware platform. And also really they bring in some additional technical experts to supplement the great team that we already have here at Oppd. So we're really bringing in experts to work with our own internal experts as we roll this out. Also the vendors, as Brad highlighted very well, play a really key role in this in terms of their technologies, the capabilities that they have to provide both in this case, the applications as well as our meters. And then our Oppd internal team is really providing, you know, the vision that we've established, the oversight and decision-making and aligning across all of Oppd. This is such a huge effort. It really touches nearly every corner of the company in some form or fashion. And so having this whole kind of ecosystem of partners help us along this journey is going to be really, really important. And finally, if you'll go to Next one, please. This provides just kind of a little snapshot at some of our upcoming milestones. We're in the process of finalizing some of the vendor contracts for AMI meters and network meter data management, as well as the enterprise asset management. As I mentioned, we've onboarded our business integrator, and we're executing our strategy for the change in project management associated with the program. We continue to work with our system integrator on functionality releases, as I mentioned, of kind of what's the early kind of the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 as we go along. And then what we'll do is that will align with kind of what our software in 2025, and then as we roll out more in 26, 27, we'll be able to layer on functionality as we go, and then even beyond. And then later in the year, we're going to be kind of deploying some training for kind of a wider group of users on our new GMS that we've got. And then also we'll provide in fourth quarter an update to you all as the board of directors. And then finally, as I mentioned, we're targeting our vendor selection for that customer platform technology by the end of the year as well. So just kind of to summarize a few points, and then I'd be happy to open up for questions. So, you know, as I've highlighted, this effort involves a lot more than just meters. We need that whole suite of technology to be AMI ready and really provide the two-way communication that we're after. As I mentioned, we're focused on that outage journey, providing customers detailed information on their usage. We've had lots of progress to date, including the vendor selections that I mentioned. There's lots and lots of benefits to this, and also we know we've identified some risks and are doing what we can to mitigate those, and that's why we brought on all that system of partners to help us through this journey. And then finally, you know, standing up the AMI accelerator, I'm super excited to that we've got a dedicated team that will be in my organization that will be focused solely on deploying and optimizing AMI in this ecosystem of technologies, along with their partners throughout all the business units of OPPD. And then, as I mentioned, we'll plan to come back later in the year and provide some additional updates. So appreciate your time and attention, and would be happy to take for questions.
I don't have a question, but I very much appreciate this update, Aaron. I'm very excited about where we're headed. It's definitely transformational at its heart on what we can do with the data, and it'll extend to all the different areas of business, which is big. I just want to circle back to the conversation we had during Finance Committee. So based on the information you've provided, it sounds like by the end of 2028, everyone would have an AMI meter.
That's our current projection of the target is by the end of 28. That could shift as we get into this huge program, but
Sure.
That's our target.
That's your target.
Yep.
So thinking of the biannual rate design project, 2029 is probably when time of use rates will roll out to everyone. Is that a reasonable expectation?
I think based upon just doing the math, that's what we want to further refine and coordinate on specifically when we could optimize that as best possible.
Sure.
Recognizing there's a high interest in time of use.
Yeah. So, but fair to say it probably won't happen before then.
Time of use.
Yeah. Time of use rates, because we won't have AMI.
Well, so let me just quickly, it could happen before then, maybe not at the large scale, not for 100% of the customers. 2029 would be when you can say if all the meters are switched by then it will happen for everybody. That's what could include very well pilot rate projects. So there's always a possibility to do some earlier, but if we're looking at full deployment, 100% of all of our customer owners, then yes, your statement is correct.
So I think going back to like that, you don't want the whiplash effect. So if we were to do something different with rates, residential rates in 25, then the next time a residential customer would see a big change would be 29. I feel like, you know, just giving like context, that's 4 years. And I feel like that's fair, but still with that gradualization. So I just wanted to close out that conversation. All right, that's all that I had.
Could I turn on that? I mean, there may, fair to say there may be customers that are interested in adopting sooner rather than later, right? So if we're piloting 5. I think 2 questions. One is, how are we choosing pilot participants? Is there an opt-in situation where an organization, that individual could raise their hand and say, I want some of that action as soon as I can get it?
Yeah, so we've had some requests come in that fashion. What we're trying to do, because of the technology itself, is kind of, especially in the more dense areas, you kind of have to have the network built out.
Okay.
And put the meters, and so we kind of have to do a whole area. So as best we can accommodate those requests, we're going to try to. Actually, in the rural, we have a little more flexibility with that cellular solution because it can kind of just go in there. So I would say, yes, there's definitely opportunities for folks to express interest, but in the interest of kind of rolling out the project efficiently, we kind of need to keep groups geographically.
Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense.
We have a list of folks that want to.
Oh, yeah, I figured you might.
We just added one more.
I thought it was at the top of the list.
I think you are.
And then my other question, help me understand how, and if I could offer, like, just take company XYZ. Company XYZ is super interested in, and maybe they've already invested in some real-time metering in their office building. So they've got, pick your company, a Siemens system that runs their building. And so they're getting like real good data through their existing system. How, if at all, will this interface with, change, replace those kinds of systems that organizations are?
Yeah, I would say it will supplement that. So they've kind of, I mean, they may have a lot more details on their side if they have the other equipment, which is great. The thing it'll also provide for us is some system data and awareness. Is the meters will be able to detect fluctuations and power quality events that we see, and may be able to help diagnose that, you know, was this a power system event or was it a local event to the customer, to be able to provide that additional level of data. Now, certainly customers that have the fancy systems today, you know, they have quite a bit of information versus like compared to our residential customers that get at the end of the month. So they're definitely starting the game ahead, but even having the AMI meter in combination with that, it'll provide that extra layer of information for us to help optimize our operation.
So that's good. So to switch that then in the example, let's walk away from the customer that's taken advantage of all the technologies, and let's talk about one who's on a really basic system that isn't getting any good data. They get, you know, utility bill at the end of the month, and that's really the only way in which they know what they're using. Will they have, through this system, an opportunity to see better, more real-time consumption data?
Yeah, so on a kind of the industry standard for this and kind of what's baked into the meters is a 15-minute demand. There would be opportunities if we so choose in the future to make that an even smaller window. And talking to other utilities, the 15-minute demand is a mountain of data already, so that's probably good for the foreseeable future, but we do have options to increase that. And so, yeah, they'll be able to get kind of that 15-minute consumption. Also, future state, as I mentioned, kind of with the grid edge computing, there's apps that are being piloted that can look and kind of do load disaggregation. So understand, okay, based on the electrical signature, that was the AC compressor that kicked on, or they're running the clothes dryer, or so on. So to be able to even provide that next level to customers of like, oh, my usage was high during that period. Oh, well, I had the oven and the dryer, and also like to be able to kind of make those decisions. Having that.
And they'll be able to see that data through our systems. They'll log into their Oppd account.
That's the value of the customer platform, is they'll be able to log in and see that 15-minute usage.
If I could take that a step further, they don't need to discern, oh, that was the oven or the AC turning on. That's the platform saying, based on this information, it looks like you were doing this. If you were to do this instead on this next hot day, here's maybe the savings you'd see.
Right.
So
Yeah, that's kind of that next level of kind of taking the data and even applying some fun things like AI to it and saying,
You guys are.
if you did this instead, you could save this much. So lots of possibilities in the future.
Got it. Thank you. Aaron spoke about how cross-functional it is, and I think this is, I'd be remiss not to acknowledge Timmy. So if you can see Heather Siebken and Matt Hardbeck in your mind's eye, those are the folks working with Lisa's team to use Voice of the District and the customer platform on customer. How do you want to see this? How do you want to interact? What are those things that drive meaning and value for you? And I think it would be hard to overstate the presence that that team will have in that type of conversation. And then whatever the customer wants to do with a building management system or anything else on their side, we would hopefully enable them to make whatever choice they'd like to make. So it'll be really neat.
So from the timeline slide, we put that back up. There are several different, couple more. Sorry, the previous timeline slide, two back, please. There's several different categories. There we go. 24, 25, and at the end is 25 to 28. Do these have to go in order? Do we have to wait for the previous 5 categories prior to beginning deployment of the meters in 25 through 28?
So that's a great question. So the answer is no, in a way. We could go change the meters tomorrow, right? But without having all this other technology in place, we're not able to provide that value for the customers of them being able to have a platform to go in and see that usage, them to have the ability to get outage messaging and texting. So that's the key, is really this up front is kind of like, this is like, let's get ready for AMI. Let's build our technologies out so we're AMI ready. And then we're able to deploy the meters. And we really are focused on this. There's been a lot of utilities in the industry that just focused on deploying meters and really didn't get a lot of value for their customers. And we wanted to do it differently. We wanted to make sure that that value for customers was baked in day one. And that's why having all these systems, having them integrated through the middleware platform is so important with where we're going. So yes, we could roll out some meters. And as we do some testing and piloting, we'll be doing that, of rolling out a few meters kind of here and there, probably like my house and Brad's house, or just to test, right? But so we'll be able to do a little bit of that, but we didn't want to put it out there on a too wide scale until we've got the infrastructure in place to really make it a good experience for our customers, to understand I have this new meter and now I have all this new capability, data and information, as opposed to just getting a new meter and then you still just get the same summation at the month bill.
And the meter data management system, does that require the other things to have been in place before it can be deployed?
It can be deployed. It's the kind of the main depository of like all the data. So not only the meter reads that we generate our bills from, but also system information like voltages, the disturbances, all that information is logged in meter management, as well as from the AMI head-end, we can directly port that information into our outage management system, distribution management system. It becomes like an extension of our kind of SCADA network that we use to monitor the utility today. It's kind of all the way down to the customer premise now, that operational data.
Yeah, so I guess the question then is, this seems like it is built on everything at the right end, which enables the system to work for any customers, is contingent on all the other stuff already being done. And I guess I'm curious if we could reevaluate why we need to do that, because if the meters and meter data management system can be deployed previously, and we can meet the other timelines 24, 25, it seems like the end outcome could be achieved faster.
I think
they can be achieved faster, but so I'm going to say probably something that's not very, that's not a secret. We're latecomers to AMI. We're not the first utility to deploy. Many utilities across the country have done these. And as Aaron just mentioned, we are learning from others' mistakes or less than optimal strategies. And so what we're doing here is we're trying to make these investments the most valuable, the most efficient. And I appreciate we want to do them faster, but the trade-off sometimes, if we do them faster and we switch the order and the sequence of these events, we may not be able to really get all the efficiency that we could from the meters. So this is something when I became CEO a little bit over 2 years ago, this was what I think was my first decision I made a month or two after I took office. I said, we are going to AMI. We've been working on this for now 2 years and getting all of these ready, vendor selected. We've been working as fast as we possibly can on this. I accept the potential challenge of, hey, could we do it faster? I would probably push back a little bit and say yes, but at what cost? This is monumental. The meters that we have today were installed almost 20 years ago. This is a decision that we're gonna live with for another 15 or 20 years, at least. And so we want to make sure that we have everything really well planned so that we can really get all the value.
Yeah, and I guess you're right. I think I've mentioned before. I mean, EIA data reports that 69% of all residential meters in the U.S. are already AMI.
Yeah.
And I would caution that we not draw an inappropriate conclusion about the deployment of those meters not yielding to significant results for customers, because without getting too much into it, IOUs do not have an incentive to help their customers save money. That just reduces their profit. And so they were incentivized to deploy rate-based infrastructure at high cost and then recover 9% on it. And so they had no incentive to help their customers. So it's not inherent that if you deploy the meters that you don't get the results. And I understand the concept here, but I mean, I guess the first couple times we talked about AMI a couple years ago, I think that we talked about being ready by 2025 or perhaps 2026. And so I understand the times that we have more information and, we are looking toward more specific implementation, but 2029 seems like a very long time into the future to me. And I guess what I'm looking for is there anything the board can do to support or accelerate this in any way? Or is this where we're at? And, this is where we're at. This is the final conclusion that it will be 2028 for full meter deployment. And that's the end of it? Or is there anything we can do to, I would, to be clear, I do not want to speak for everyone. I would ask other board members if they supported something that would accelerate this, if there is additional capital upfront necessary, or if there are policy changes or anything like that. But I guess the question is just, that is a very long time in the future. And my question is built on, yes, we are very latecomers to this. So I don't know if there are decisions that can be made that would accelerate things.
We agree on that. This is just an update, right? We wanted to update you on the work we're doing. How are we thinking about these vendors we've selected? I think it's a good opportunity for us to have the update and to gather feedback from the board, individual board members, and then as a whole eventually get feedback. Yes, there are ways for the board to help, and that comes in the budget authorization. So there is a very healthy segment of our budget for 2024 that addresses this. And I think this is something that I've asked the team to continue to invest and ask for the resources they need to it's not just money, it's not just people. A lot of it is time. We have very old systems. We also need a transition and take time to make sure that we do this in a thoughtful manner. But for sure, I mean, there are ways for the board to support, and we will be asking that support in the October, November, December timeframe in the budget.
Great. I'm glad to hear that, and I would encourage others to express your own opinions about that as appropriate. But it's something that's I think I've mentioned.
So you open the door. I'll walk in. I'm struck by the magnitude of projects that we have in front of us, and the number of times with almost all of those, I've heard somebody say cross-functional, interdepartmental, like they're all interrelated. They don't happen in a silo, and this is undeniably one of them. So the last thing that I, as a board member, want to do is put artificial timeline out there that's going to stress the success of all of those things. Yeah, I mean, the theme of can we do it faster goes back 4 or 5 years on a variety of different projects, right? So I get that as a tension that the board has, but I trust the team to put together the right project plan to execute on it at a time frame that minimizes risk, minimizes, potential rate increases that might result from going too fast. I mean, I think the team, from my standpoint, has a good sense for the fact that we want you to move quickly. Point made. Go get it, as far as I'm concerned. So if this is the timeline that that sort of balances all that. Okay, I trust you.
And if I may, Aaron, can you move back to these slides? I think it's the second slide from the beginning. That one. So you see on the square on the left, 5-year priorities. Last year, the executive leadership team and myself, we got together and we started talking about, okay, we have a ton of work ahead of us, to your point, Director Moody. We're gonna have to prioritize budget, resources, time, attention, because we really can't move everything at the same time. It's just not doable, it's dangerous, etc. And so in order for us to do this prioritization, we actually had to say no to a lot of other things. And through that exercise, it's a budget exercise informed by the strategic directives that the board gives us. We identified these 4 topics. The top 3 are probably the most resource intensive ones. Resource adequacy needs to be addressed, and that's the 2 topics that are coming up next. Technology information and technology transformation and investment, and two-way communication engagement. This is it. This is AMI. It is part of our 5-year lookout priority. It is a huge priority for the team. We've actually said no to other projects so that we can place this on the front burner of things that we need to take care of. So we'll do as much as we can, and I need you to know, and the customers to know, that this is a big project, high priority for the entire organization, and we'll continue to move as fast as we can, the way Aaron just expressed.
I'll express my support for the timeline. What I will caution, it looked like, and I don't want you to move slides again, but if you wanted to, you could go to the one where it had all the vendors that were selected and that kind of thing. I think what I'd like to, I would say, caution us on is that perfect can be the enemy of the good in a project like this. And so from what you've described, Aaron, I think that we can still get a lot of advantage out of AMI if we have the meters installed and only like 1 or 2 of the other systems are fully ready to go. So still progressing down the path of having those on the system eventually makes sense to me, but it's also going to take time to get meters, get them installed across our whole district. And so, I mean, 3 years seems reasonable for that. And if that can't begin until 25, I'm okay with that. I think that we certainly want a fully built out system in time. I don't know if we have to have all of these other platforms perfect on day 1.
Right. No, that's a great point, and that's what we're coming up with, that kind of phasing, and what we kind of focused on this phase 1 is calling it the minimum viable product, kind of our MVP solution is phase 1. It's not the end all be all of enterprise asset management per se. It's what do we need to get AMI up and going, and the other pieces will be future technology investment that we need to make as a district. And I think one additional comment I'd like to make too we definitely are behind the curve on AMI, but as the timing's played out, I think that's actually a really good thing, because we're now investing in this next generation of meters, the AMI 2.0 meters. And so we're going to get a lot more now than opposed to if we'd rolled this out 5 years ago, and what we're getting in that meter and the future proofing of being able to add apps and software to it. So we're a little bit behind, but we're about to leapfrog almost everybody in terms of this technology. And even utilities that have implemented this 10 or 15 years ago are already looking to go and kind of follow behind us and go in this AMI 2.0 path. And even, I know there was the investor owned comment, but even our public power brothers and sisters that we've talked to are doing the same things. Yes.
I just have one other to kind of add on to what you've said. I think it's important for us to have, if not full functionality, very robust functionality that has to do with outages and tracking outages and all that before we install any meters, because I think that's the functionality that people are most likely to want, especially in residential areas. And so if we don't have the full ability to track and deal with outages, on these new meters, people aren't gonna think they're valuable, and they're gonna push back because they're just gonna think somebody's wanting to look at their energy consumption. So I think having at least the full functionality of the outage, field service, those kinds of things, is really important before we roll out any AMI because it's people have to see value in what they're getting, and in order to not see it as intrusive.
Could be with some folks. I think the great majority of the folks are gonna be happy when they
I think
when
so
they get the full
too.
story. They say, this is fantastic. Great.
Yeah. So
I would offer just real quickly that there is a logic sequence in how we've laid this out. And there are dependencies, and those dependencies are relative to achieving that minimal viable product that you've articulated with your colleagues. And so that's very important. The other thing is, and as we've talked about in some other settings, we don't really control as much of this maybe as we think we do. So when we want to go buy meters, we get in line. I think you articulated that. So it's a year plus wait to get almost 500,000 meters. And so that's one of those things where we would call it critical path, and the things that have to be executed at the right time and in the right sequence. We've already started that. That was kind of one of the first lifts is let's get a spot production wise and reserve our meters. And then we'll orient the rest of this accordingly. So there's a lot of this conversation that we're not really touching. And I just wanted to call that out. And Javier and I have frequent conversations about speed and can we achieve business outcomes faster. And I would expect those to continue.
Brad, I add to what you're saying in terms of the complexity here. We're talking AMI specifically, and Erin, you had a slide, which I'm not asking anyone to move the slides, that showed kind of an edge of how you connect into, how AMI connects into the broader digital transformation. This all has to interconnect with a lot of other components and systems, and we have to govern the data, and that's a piece too that Erin had talked to. There's many other components sitting around this. And to Brad's comment, there's a logical progression of how this has to work that we've worked with strategic partners on to validate and verify this is the best path, but also doing it with the minimal viable product in play. So I just wanted to add, there's a whole ecosystem around it, probably, but I just wanted to call out how this all has to join together in a very logical, integrated way in our environment to do what we're talking about.
And maybe
I'll highlight that the work that you and your team have been doing over the last 7 years has been able to enable us to get to this point. And so that does not go unseen. Thank you.
And if I may, just to round up this discussion, I have assigned a group of 5 vice presidents to be on the AMI Executive Council. Like I have half the ELT meeting on a regular basis on these projects. So again, just to emphasize, this is high importance for all of us.
Okay, last call for questions or comments, colleagues. Okay, thanks, Aaron.
Thanks, Aaron.
Okay, we are just going to keep going, consistent with the theme of big projects. We're going to talk now. So the next 2 agenda items, I think it's fair to say, are going to be kind of intertwined a little bit. Let's go ahead and get started with the discussion around SB 9. Mr. Underwood.
Okay, very good, Chair Moody. Thank you for calling out the relationship between the first and second items consecutively here. And so you'll see Strategic Directive 9 up here, our integrated system planning. And we're going to talk about the near-term generation discussion and what's been going on in closed session and in open session and out with our community, some of the things we're learning and some of the things we're hearing. And then we think we have some pretty meaningful ways to react to those things, potentially through the revision of Strategic Directive 9. So we have a few slides here to kind of prime the discussion here a bit. So Ms. Lane, if you could advance one, please. Here's a summary. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. If you've been with us the last couple of months, or maybe even dating back to February, you've seen this slide. You've seen that all the classes are growing. You've seen that there's a palpable call to action on our part. And so we took a big step in 2019 with Power with Purpose. It's clear we need to take another one. And so what does that step look like and how we do it? These are the folks we're doing it for. We're doing it for our neighbors. We're doing it for our businesses. And we're doing it in the right ways consistent with our values. And so, and if we go to slide 76, please. There's a couple of implications to the speed in which we operate. So I talked about the palpable call to action that we all feel. It can, through inaction or delayed action, put a subset of our customers in a compromised position potentially. We don't want to see that happen. We've worked very hard over the last 77 years to avoid that. And so we need to recognize that is potentially one of these unintended outcomes. A lot of these customers who are siting here, whether they're existing and expanding or new to the area, they're working with a lot of interlocal agencies. And so a lot of times businesses coming to our community are multi-agency efforts. Some of us are very familiar with that, having been out and about in the community for some time, and maybe some of us aren't, and that's okay. And so we've got a lot of state agencies, counties, and cities really working together to build the dynamic and vibrant community that we're all wanting. And on top of that, we've got local and state agency packages and programs to really allow people to grow and to bring jobs and to enlarge the tax base and all of the benefits that we know from people growing in our service territory, at least on the commercial and industrial side. And of course, any new residential customer that comes, we want them to have service and we want them to have it promptly. And so we remain focused to that. So slide 77, we've learned some things that are going on outside of our community. So as it relates to large engineered equipment purchases, there is great interest in that nationally as we follow what's going on across the country and the rise of demand for electricity. So we are not alone in this regard. We were probably early. We're probably not alone. We know we're not alone. In addition to the engineered equipment, there's challenges getting people to design and construct facilities. And I think that's symbolic of the broader environment that we find ourselves in as a country. And so we're really looking at the backside of the 2020s. We're looking at 28, 30, 32, 2028, 2030, 2032. And we're looking at that time period and we're saying that's what's creating the call to action, because we're going to need to construct some facilities and source some facilities to make sure that we get reliable service the way we've all been accustomed to as we progress through the decade. And so here you see a picture of a large transformer there on the right side of the screen. So what have we learned as we've advanced through these conversations the last plus or minus 3 quarters? Ms. Lane, if we go to slide 78, what we've learned a couple of critical things. We've learned what the next step looks like. And we'll talk a little bit about that. Director Moody, your allusion earlier to the next agenda item. We know what the next step looks like. And we know that that's an important step to affordable, reliable, and environmentally sensitive energy solutions for our community long term. We've had some discussions specifically with the System Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee on some governance related matters and how we're going to go about doing these things. And we wanted to summarize 4 key themes. And I want to thank Scott again for his service in this discussion and really the enablement function that he's had from his role in governance. So we've talked about and we've heard a lot about the frequency of board updates. What is this going to look like between management and the board, and what should people expect? We've talked about how the board will be involved in key decisions, technology selections, siting, in-service dates, all of these kind of major monumental lifts that are incredibly complex to talk about, let alone to make decisions around. We talked about the monitoring of this in an ongoing basis in a formal setting. that's been important to the board and to some folks in the community. We've talked about chronologically, how do we expect our execution to evolve over the next handful of years? So we've taken some exceptionally valuable feedback, and in partnership with the Systems Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee, we've made a decision on what do we do with that. And we propose that we make modifications to Strategic Directive 9. And if you're not familiar with that directive, it's our Integrated System Planning Strategic Directive, where the board gives us clarity on how they like the system planned. So fortunately, Scott, this is your third kudos. We've got a process to change SDs, and so we're deploying that process. It's relatively mature at this point in our history, but if we go to the next slide, we're going to make some changes to 9. So let's go one more, please. And so here, this is not necessarily meant for consumption, but here is the current Strategic Directive 9. We made material modifications to this about a year ago. And so I think we took a big step forward there, getting better understanding for how the board would like us to think about some of these system-related issues. We've taken that into our planning process. So like I described earlier, the board's voice is and always will be exceptionally strong in these settings. If we go to slide 81, this is our process. So we take that existing SD9 and in conversations between the board and the CEO, we establish this as a board work plan. We prioritize it specifically in the Systems Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee. The president and the CEO gives direction on what he's hearing from the board and how we should make changes, and we've done that. It's gone back through the committee. And here we are at the end after a public comment period, anticipating a board action on Thursday for how we change this. And so we're using our process. If you can advance, I think some dates might be here. So this is a recap of the prior events. This has been an ongoing conversation for a number of quarters, but we picked up in June, about June 13th, when the board last met. We did meet in July, as Director Moody noted. So let's go to the next slide, please, Aaron. Here is an illegible image of the changes. And so if you'd like to go to Oppd Community Connect, thank you, Lisa. This, of course, is out there, and it's in today's board content package that Ms. Lane has produced. But we've talked about how we will update the board. We'll come back for annual monitoring. We've laid out a chronology of when we think the district will be able to execute some of these resource changes, some of these demand side management changes, and some of these resiliency changes related to fuel tanks. And we've codified that to create better awareness and alignment around how we'll do business going forward. And so slide 83 is the outreach slide. So again, it can be a little confusing for people to really, are we talking near-term generation or are we talking SD9? Ultimately, in many regards, they are one and the same at this point. But we did get about 29 unique comments on the proposed changes for SD9. So through Community Connect, it was posted on July 24th. It closed Sunday. And we packaged those results up with 23 comments. And then we did get some communication through another mechanism. We have a board and executive leadership team contact email. And so we've gotten 6 comments through that means. And if we'd like to talk about the tone of the comments and the feedback, Ms. Aiken's here to aid us in how we interpret that. But for those listening who may be at home or at work or wherever they may be, the board has received all of these comments. It's a very robust communication package that Lisa prepares and communicates on a regular basis as we go through the comment period. And so the board's got all these comments. And so I believe slide 84 is the slide. I will turn it back to you, Director.
Yep. And going back one, we've received even a couple more comments even today via email. So thank you. Don't go anywhere. That was a great summary. Aaron, if you could, we're just kind of whipping you all over today. I would like to go back to what I believe is slide 71 in the diligent deck, which is SD9, a new version. So as I said earlier, not this one, but one that we can actually read a little bit. It's, if we have a version of SD, like the current nice clean version of SD9 that we can pull up. Directors, it's in diligence slide 7 or 71 of 340 in your book. There you go. As Brad mentioned, we've had two very good deep dives on this in the systems committee. And I honestly was super proud of the way in which we asked provocative, hard questions. The answers were thoughtful. It was just a really good demonstration of how I think this board is really committed to getting things right, and the executive leadership team, same, right? But some of you are not in those committee meetings, and so part of what I want to make sure we do today, and there were questions that you gave to us in advance of those meetings, and I think in some cases you said, hey, I'd like clarity on this. It doesn't change the language, but could we talk about this? So now's the time when we talk about it. So pointing to, I'm wanting to see the new language. So the bullet that would come after that second, the very last thing, the new stuff is not pictured. I don't know if we've got an SD9 that we can pull up or not. Okay. But I'll read it so that we can keep going. Bullet number 1 that's new, update the board on at least a quarterly basis as to its progress in developing new bulk electric system resources, comma, engage the board in key decisions, comma, and obtain annual board affirmation on current plans for developing new bulk electric system resources.
And Director Moore, if I may, for those of you who are following on Diligent, that's page 71.
Yep.
Of Diligent.
Yep. Thank you, Javier. So I want to pull out a couple pieces of that to make sure that, because these strategic directives are only good if we all have alignment on what they mean. So part of what I want to do is make sure that we have alignment on that and give us the opportunity to ask questions if we have any. So the first part, updating the board on at least a quarterly basis as to its progress in developing new bulk electric system resources. First, the term new bulk electric system resources was not in the first version. It got changed. So if you could give us some clarity on what that phrase means, what is included in new bulk electric system resources, maybe what's excluded from it.
Yeah, I'm happy to. So the traditional nomenclature is anything on voltage 110 and up would be considered bulk electric system. And so really that's your large power plants, large transmission system, anything that's moving high voltage energy or creating high voltage energy would be a part of that bulk electric system. We actually pulled it from a nurse.
If I may, and the reason why we made this change was clearly the resolution that's going to be in front of the board on Thursday that we're going to talk about here, the next topic, is focused on generation, the near-term generation resources. But it's also acknowledging that that generation also needs transmission. It needs a way to be delivered. So we wanted to expand the definition here in that we will update the board at least on a quarterly basis to the progress we're making on everything on the bulk electric system, right? We didn't want to limit our discussions only to the generation, new generation we're building, but we want to also have an opportunity to get together and talk about transmission lines, substations, and other things that are not necessarily listed in the table, but which are necessary for us to have all of this generation on.
Right, it's a full system.
Yep.
Okay. So first I wanted to draw that out and make sure that that was clear to us. And then obviously the part of that is about at least a quarterly basis. A few of your comments were, hey, it'd be nice to get those more frequently. I think it's fair to say that if something important is coming up, then we'll get an update. That's been consistent with how we've handled power with purpose to date. And so naturally, as that expands to the full near-term generation, those updates will come through the systems committee and then find their way to the board on a regular basis, but at least on a quarterly basis. So I'm going to pause there and see if anybody has any questions about that first section of that update, quarterly updates.
Just want to double down that like the power with purpose monthly updates that we've been receiving will go away and they will roll into this as at minimum quarterly update. And Most likely there'll be times where we see more frequent updates because there'll be pieces moving quicker.
If I may, and also assuming this resolution is approved on Thursday, one of my interests is to stop referring to these, some projects as power with purpose and others. At some point, again, all of this becomes a portfolio of new resources. So it'll be rolled into resource adequacy, new generation. Going forward.
Pausing. Okay, the next piece, after comment, engage the board in key decisions. So this was very intentionally inserted into the strategic directive in response to a lot of the comments that we heard in June from our customer owners about the board and concerns around us relinquishing our duty of oversight, to just very broadly characterize that. So we had a really great discussion about, okay, what does it actually mean to engage the board in key decisions? And maybe now I would be interested in either Brad or Javier just sort of getting your description or your interpretation of what this is going to look like, or maybe what it has looked like even recently.
Yeah.
Characterize it for us.
And so if I could, maybe just quick bit of context, I think it's easy to see the board take action and then management go and kind of do their thing. In some regards, that's how it works. And in some regards, that's wildly incorrect. And so the connection between the executive liaison and the systems committee chair and the board is very healthy. And I've found that communication to be very strong and to be very clear. And I think that's been one of our biggest assets. As we navigate the sourcing of these solutions, a lot of what we're going to be bringing back in terms of major decisions is going to be shaped by, would the board want to know this? And our expectation on would the board want to know this is shaped by the frequency of communication. And so what would those examples be? They would be technology selections or vendors or construction services or any sort of date on when these things are going to go operational. Is this an acceptable date? Is this not an acceptable date? Like in the community, how are we going to engage with the community? What's that going to look like? Many times we've had board members wanting to support that. And so we'll continue to do those sorts of things, but it'll be the things we're accustomed to. We've done this, as you alluded to, sir, in the Fort Calhoun deconstruction. We've done it with Power with Purpose. It is a very strong muscle, and I don't see any apathy there as we go through the next 3, 5, 10 years.
If I may, absolutely agree with what Brad said. And the way I see these, it's a very pivotal moment of the utility. No doubt about it. I mean, we're basically of a decade where it took us 77 years to get worse today, and that is really reflecting the electrification of the economy, the decarbonization of the economy that we're seeing in the country, which is fantastic to see. But it's not an easy path to navigate. There are a lot of different aspects that we need to pause, debate, check, calibrate plans. This is a long-term plan that is going to take us at least a decade to achieve. So when we say engage the board in key decisions, I'm not suggesting to change the language. Yes, that, and from my perspective, engage the board in key actions too. How do we need the board to help us achieve these, right? Conversations we need to have with the public, with other elected officials, with stakeholders, with customers. This is going to require a more engaged relationship between the board and management for us to really get closer to the action. I see these SE9, which falls in the purview of systems management, interacting really, really closely with the customer and public engagement committee, where I intend for us to have very healthy discussions about the customer queue, large customer queue. What's happening with all of these projects that are today 15% probability of happening, and then they climb up to 30, and then before we know it, there's 75% probability of happening. That has to be a very healthy part of the discussion. I believe it starts in the public engagement committee, but it quickly bleeds into the SD9 conversations. It's not only what are we building, how fast are we building, but who are we building for? And whether we're building too fast or too slow. And I think that's how I see the engagement with the board in key decisions and pull the throttle, so to speak, of, hey, we need to do this faster or slower, and how do we engage with both load, namely large industrial customers, and vendors who are helping us build all of these assets. I hope that helps.
Yeah, it does for me. And again, I don't want to repeat the entire conversation we had in systems, but I do want to make sure that we all have sort of the same level of understanding. Is it fair to say that it also includes, you know, and I don't know if K-Junction is the right example of that, but you know, you very deliberately came to the board and said, hey, here's what we're thinking. What are we not considering? Here's, you know, like you got feedback, right? It wasn't a one-way push of information. It was a back and forth where the board asked some questions, and I don't know that it changed your decision necessarily, but it perhaps sharpened it a little bit. I mean, is that generally speaking the same way that you're thinking about engaging the board in key decisions as well going forward?
Absolutely. It would have changed our decision, right? If the consensus, if the feedback we're getting, hey, management, you completely ignored or you completely forgot about this aspect, hey, that's exactly the type of feedback that we need. In fact, I could tell you about a few other decisions that we've made based on feedback that we've gotten from the directors. So that is very, very important. And as I mentioned, I think the other piece is on load coming in, customers, the board and the executive team playing a much more active role in engaging with these large customers. It's all about, at the end of the day, everything we do here is to meet the customer demand. So we need to make sure that we have a very close connection with those customers, active engagement, setting expectations for when they're coming, how fast they're building up their load, et cetera. That has to be a key.
Sure, thank you. So other members of the committee, anything as it relates to that piece that we haven't highlighted yet? And non-systems members, any need for clarification, questions, concerns?
I'll just add that a lot of times that engagement of the board happens in closed session.
Yeah.
And rightfully so for the decisions and the conversations that are unfolding at the moment. I think we need to figure out a way to be better at making those conversations more transparent when the time is right. And here's the influence that the board had in this moment, illustrating it a little bit better and differently for the public so that they know that we were involved in that. Because right now they don't see that. And they don't see the different thing. I mean, we have a litany of examples of even over the last 7 years of how we have engaged in this way for decisions that have already been voted on by the board, but then our influence has been wielded during those conversations, but we're not raising them up.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point. Yeah, that's really good. Other thoughts, comments, questions?
I want to thank the systems committee.
Oh, sure.
Sincerely, I knew it was a pain, but
it's all good.
It better reflects, I think, the board's intentions and aligning the votes together with the changes to SD9 with the resolution and the engineer certificate. I think shows that we were listening to public feedback effectively. So I'm very grateful.
Thank you for that feedback. We're just getting warmed up, so let's go on to the next one.
I was closing it out.
No. So I do want to talk about this last phrase because I think it's really important. And obtain annual board affirmation on current plans for developing new bulk electric system resources. So every SD has an annual monitor report, as you all know, and that's the opportunity for Javier and the team to come back to us and say, you've asked us to do X, here's how we're fulfilling that strategic directive. And so SD9 is the same in that way, although arguably, generally speaking, SD9 has historically been pretty ambiguous. It's been kind of hard to really say yes or no. I'll just articulate what my thoughts are around what this means, and then again, looking for questions or affirmation from the executive leadership team. The way that I think about this is using Power with Purpose as an example. When we started down that path, it doesn't take long for things to change pretty quickly. The demand is either coming in quicker, it's slowing down, it's either hard or easy to get the resources we need. So like, then we make a decision, you know, we get smarter every day as we get more information. And so as I think about what it means for annual board affirmation, I think about that as our sort of the yearly opportunity through that monitor report for the team to come back to us and say, okay, here's what we were anticipating for the load coming on. Here's how it's changed. It's coming on faster, it's going slower. Here's what we were anticipating in terms of our ability to source resources or to get transmission built. Here are the challenges we're running into, or, oh my God, it's happening way easier than we thought it was going to happen. So we're way ahead of schedule. So it's a point in time for us to sort of stop, reflect, and generally collectively look around and affirm that we are headed in the same direction. Nothing has substantially changed. It's going to cause us to kind of pivot or go a different direction. It's just about, for me, it's about general alignment that the direction we're headed is still the right one. There's not a need to make any sort of major significant change. So given that this is going to take us until 2030 or so, 2028 to get all of this work done-ish, these annual check-ins, I think the committee felt were a good idea for us to sort of stop, reflect, and just sort of make sure that we're all on the same page, that nothing significant has happened. So that's how I'm interpreting this, looking to either Brad or Javier to say yes or no. And again, board members either affirming that that's how you're interpreting it as well, or if there are any questions that you have to get going.
Oh, and I thank you for that. And I would bring our attention back to the very top paragraph of SD9, right? Ultimately, on an annual basis, what we're trying to ensure here, and I'm going to just paraphrase here a little bit, halfway through the paragraph, OPPD will continually plan for, adapt to, and enable both the needs of our customers and the rapidly transforming electric industry. And then we further go on and say successful planning will ensure both a reliable electric system and the resiliency of the system and its components to prepare for, withstand, respond to, adapt to, and quickly recover from an unroutine event. That's the goal. And these new revision, it's a key component. We're going to pay a ton of attention to that and have healthy debate and discussion ultimately, so that we can go back and say, how is this really helping us meet the needs of our customers and build a more reliable and resilient system? So well said, Director Moody. I think it comports with really the objective of SD9.
Okay. Thoughts, questions, concerns? Go ahead.
Well, I'll just add, I think I'm going to read into that means if all of a sudden you go, oh my goodness, needs have changed, we may be overbuilding, let's slow down here. That also gives an opportunity for, because I've heard that in some of the communications from customer owners, that there's nothing that says you can't pivot and say, oh, well, we need less of this, or let's redirect resources or move a little slower on this or that. That's what what I see. That's part of the adaptation, which I think some of our customer owners think, oh, no, once we go through with this, whether we need it or not, we're gonna build it, charge you. I don't think that's true.
That's exactly right. And with the acknowledgement that we have other SDs too. So we could end up in a place where, hey, we're building faster than maybe some of our customers need. However, that additional build out helps us advance other SDs, right? That is a healthy discussion, great conversation that we will have at least on a quarterly basis. That's the type of feedback that we need from the board, for the board to say, no, that's okay. Keep going, because this helps these other SDs and these other needs that we have for the district. So
does an affirmation mean that the board votes on that? Is that part of the monitoring report that will be either approved or not approved by the board? What does what is affirmation? What's the process for affirming that we're going in the right direction?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, the way that I'm interpreting it is a monitor report, you know, where the way that the language is, it's either, what is the language? Looking to Scott.
Sufficiently compliant.
Sufficiently compliant, right? So it's not a board vote to say we're not sufficiently compliant, to put it at that end of the spectrum wouldn't immediately result in a change to the plan, right? But it would clearly initiate a conversation that would eventually sort of arrive at some modifications to it, perhaps. Again, acknowledging that like all of this, in my view, is you've got big numbers that and you know, where we land between 600 and 900 in natural gas as an example, you got a range there, right? So that's a good question. I mean, I'd be interested in other thoughts on sort of what that looks like.
Yeah, Mr. Bruckner, I felt your response in the committee's meeting to somebody in the systems committee meeting kind of asked a similar question. And I remember feeling pretty comfortable after your response, if you remember what that was or like something similar to it.
I'm not sure, but I think what I said, there's some flexibility in that statement and intentionally so. But obtaining annual board affirmation to me means one of two things. Either it would be an actual board vote, which is very clear, or at the option of the board and of the relevant committee, it could simply be a report, almost like, you know, there's a clear consensus that everything is on track. I think it's clear to utilize a vote, but I think using the term affirmation gives some flexibility, and it's intended to do that for the board's benefit.
And it also gave us a little bit of that oversight to say, hold on here, this is way out of line with what we were looking for.
That's exactly right, because prior to that affirmation, there would be a discussion as to where the plan is, whether it's being executed in accordance with the board's expectations, and if not, then there could be a change in direction at the vote of the board as well. Always, that's always a prerogative.
So I think something important to call out here is we're saying at least on a quarterly basis. We're gonna have these conversations at least on a quarterly basis. And then on an annual basis, you have this affirmation or vote, right? As we always do with monitor reports. And that is by design. So we don't have to wait a full year to have a surprise and hey, we're not in alignment. Right? Ideally, that's the reason why we're building these at least quarterly conversations, so that at the end of the year, we all have an alignment of, hey, this is what's happening. And if we're not in compliance, we will know way earlier. And we'll start talking about plans that we're making. But still, I think holding us accountable and having the board with a unit of control speak through a vote is incredibly important and powerful for management. I mean, we operate based on SD monitor reports. And so hearing the voice from the board through that would be a key component in my mind.
Yeah. Janice, does that help?
Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Matt, thank you for recalling that conversation. Other thoughts, comments, questions on this last piece before we go to the table? Okay. The second bullet with the table, you'll see that we struck strive to achieve and we just left it as achieve. So it's a much, from a board's perspective, a much tighter call to action for the team. And then maybe Brad, if I could, I don't think you need to go through them line by line, but if you could just broadly describe how we arrived or why the number, what we see in the table and any sort of color commentary you might have on.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. There's really two drivers for the volumes and the sequencing or the dates. One is what we would call the loading capability. So we have a simple management report that says, here's our forecasted load and here are the resources we have to support the load. those resources need to come on in a certain time period to be there for our customers. And so that was the first shaper of this. And the second shaper, for lack of a better term, was around execution feasibility. And we had a lot of lessons learned, as many folks have over the last 3 to 4 years, on how difficult it is to build and buy complex things that have very tight specifications on how they need to be fabricated or delivered. And so our execution feasibility was really shaped by the last handful of years and what we are and aren't able to do in the market. So ultimately, those two things created the table that is shown today.
Can I also touch on something that's super important, at least in my mind? Hopefully, it's in the reason why we struck out strive to, and we added achieve. What a really wonderful discussion. Thank you, Director Butler, for that. We have in the suite of SDs that we've had approved for a number of years, we have a few of them that have goals that say strive to. For example, SD2, strive to be 10% below the regional average. There are a lot of other SDs, if not a lot, there are a few other SDs that say achieve, not strive to, but achieve. And specifically SD4, when we're talking about reliability, we do say achieve these standards. And I thought it was a really good parallel to say, what type of SD is this one? We're talking about reliability, resilience, resource adequacy. Is that at that high level for us to really be bold and say achieve, right? Not just strive to. What the feedback I got from systems management is, hey, the executive team is telling us this is super important. We need to move really fast. Let's reflect that in the verb that we have in here. That may be redundant here, but I thought it was a conversation worth repeating here for the rest of the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think just to illuminate that a little bit more, some of the SDs are aspirational.
Right.
We're striving to get there. We don't know if we will. There's a probability, somewhere on the probability range that we might not get there, but on this one we have to.
Right.
So it's not a question.
It's a good conversation, good refinement. Okay, let's talk about what it means to be contracted. That was the other kind of big conversation topic that we had within the committee. So how shall we define that?
Yeah, very good. So as you noted, we had some good discussion, and I think primarily that discussion concluded in have you sufficiently acted in a way that represents this expectation? And for those that are not maybe familiar with that, a lot of this industry is contracts and tariffs. And so we went back to our roots a little bit and said, well, what is one way we would demonstrate that these types of resources will be there for our community when they want and need them? And it was the term contracted. I think where the discussion really got interesting is there are different methods to deliver projects. And there are different contracts within those methods. And the way I recall the board concluding, at least the systems management concluding that conversation, is that that committee would be able to tell, have you sufficiently contracted this the way we might expect? And they would take the totality of those circumstances into the determination of whether to affirm it or not. Others may have.
I'll chime in. It's broad, right? As Brad talked about, for the reasons that Brad just described. And I think that's where the beauty of the conversation comes in. Having these SD9 discussions, at least on a quarterly basis, for us to talk, right? Ultimately, it'll be up to each one of you board members on an annual basis to say, I'm satisfied, or no, I'm not satisfied with information, with the pace, with the contracts that I am seeing, acknowledging that a single project will have many different contractual stages. With the one thing that we wanted to get away from was locking ourselves to a very specific stage of a project, because as Brad said, there are many different projects that will have different contractual requirements. But for us to acknowledge, hey, for example, K-Junction projects, great example. We've already executed one contract. It's not all the contractual activity that project will see, But in this example, an SE9 conversation would definitely include that. And we will talk about, hey, what does that mean in terms of making steps, significant steps towards making that project happen? What are the next steps, requirements for that project to move forward? And when can we expect the next set of contractual activity on that project? That is a healthy discussion that I think the board needs to have with management. And that's why we left it open, right? Clearly saying we need a piece of paper, something that's contractually entered into by two entities, but without saying this is right before the point of energization or right before the point of steel on the ground. It'll all vary depending on each project.
Just a question on this. Everything has dates on it except demand response. What time frame are we looking at for the this 32 megawatts of demand response? I guess I would feel better if there was a date assigned to that, because we have dates assigned to everything else.
Can I answer? Brad and I talked about this quickly, and Brad, you correct me if I'm wrong. Great question. I've made the same inquiry to my team. Part of the feedback we received was 32 megawatts is too little. You can do better, you can do more, and I agree. I think there's potential for us to increase. One of the reasons why, probably the most important reason why you don't have a date here, is because of the dynamic nature of demand response in the marketplace. The Southwest Power Pool is considering significant changes in how they accredit demand response, how we're going to play with demand response. And we want to make sure that we are taking our time and that the programs we design, the contracts we enter into with customers, the rate riders we develop, get us the best bang for the buck, us and our customer owners, when we're interacting with the market. Right? And so there's some work, some dynamism inserted in here, and that's one of the reasons why we're not putting in a specific date. But it's something we need to. This will be included in the conversation. The fact that we don't have a date doesn't mean that it will not be part of the SE9 conversation. Brad, did I miss anything?
I think it's a great recap, and we're counting on the customer to partner with us in that regard. And it can be hard to determine when customers are ready to do that. It can also be hard to determine if they're tired of that, and do they want to come off a demand response. That's a very kind of difficult situation, and so it's less contracting, it's less black and white. It's more of how do we come together and do things that are good for both of us. And I think the other thing I would offer is we have a number of kind of hooks into this conversation, for lack of a better term, as we progress through the year. We usually talk about it around the COP time frame. We talk about it in, I think, one or two other SDs, and so it has a very strong presence in our conversations throughout the years, and I think we expected that to continue.
I think the only thing I would add, Director Mulhoff, is we certainly understand the urgency, not dissimilar with what's being called for in these other resources. And in addition to what Javier and Brad said, I would say I think we're doing a judicious job of not waiting for what potential changes. You heard Jeff mention earlier in the rate design that there's been some work underway, and we feel it's substantial work around a little bit of rebranding around our C&I demand response program. So that's an example of where we're not waiting. And the other balance is we're working to not get too far ahead of our ski tips, pending what accreditation changes might have.
And I understand that a lot of demand response is voluntary on the part of our customers, but we can influence that with incentives somehow, and whether it's incentives to get more demand response or building another generation plant. I mean, how do we balance that, and can we trade building another generation source with incentives for demand response But again, it's voluntary and they could opt out of the program as soon as they opted in. So I understand that it needs to be done thoughtfully.
So some of it is voluntary and some of it may not be voluntary in the future, depending on which rate and program they take in. So in your example, we have a lot of demand response that is voluntary. What that does is it reduces the load, the peak load from in the front end. Ultimately, if we do this well enough, our peak load is mitigated by a lot of this demand response. On the other end, if you take it out to a large industrial customer, for example, where if you have the right rate, the right incentive, and the right coordination, you could actually make that where they curtail services when there's a signal from the regional transmission organization. We don't currently have that necessarily in place, but that's the other end of demand response. We get benefit on both sides of the equation, but it takes time and a willing customer, as you mentioned earlier, to make that happen.
I would just say both the droid summaries and in particular, these megawatts are in our plan and they are deferring generation builds. It's fantastic. The other thing is that most of them, if I remember correctly, not having the list in front of me, are incentive-based programs where it's good for both of us.
Okay, all thoughts, questions, comments? Alex?
Regarding the board that we specifically were talking about contracted, that applies specifically in the area of the renewable generation, and it's listed for the others as well, but I'm most interested in the side of the renewables. As a specific question, is K Junction contracted now?
Yeah.
No, that's what I'm looking for. So the answer is yes?
There is a contract with K Junction.
So
It will be, the board would have to decide, is this sufficiently in compliance? And what I will tell you is this the last contract? And the answer is no, there will be more contracts needed. Do we have an executed contract between the parties that further moves us towards full execution? The answer is yes.
So then for contracted by the end of 2024, 200 megawatts, has that box already been checked?
You will be the judge of that.
So well, I guess.
Sorry to put it.
No, I agree, but I mean, I think it's somewhat coincidental that between the time when this language was written and the time that we are now evaluating it, there was a change that is now being discussed that does warrant our consideration of, is that box checked now?
Are we saying?
So I guess my expectation of those would be maybe. I would expect management to keep going forward with renewables, and depending on the amount of progress to the end of fruition that we see in K Junction would answer that question.
Right.
And I don't think, without speaking for you guys, I don't think they are resting everything for 2024 on K Junction. And I wouldn't expect them to, I guess.
And I apologize for the response, but ultimately, again, it's the board will have that discretion. From my perspective, my main goal is to enable both the needs of our customers and the rapidly transforming electric utility. This contract, while incredibly significant, it still does nothing for the needs of our customers. So what I need, the conversation that I need to have with the board, and I think the intent, the spirit of this SD is, are you moving fast enough? Are we board members seeing the intentions of the district and actions of the district that is taking to get us to that stage? You will determine whether we're moving fast enough or not fast enough. I posit at the end of the day, it's when we have those electrons coming out, when we have these resource adequacy addressed, I will be able to rest a little bit more and say, we've accomplished, success accomplished.
Yeah, I think part of what the systems committee would be looking for is, we've talked about the boxes that need to be checked, and it feels a little bit like a continuum to me, where there's the initial work and then then it's actually online, and like understanding sort of where on that continuum or on that process we are and what's left. Have we overcome most of the major hurdles, and what's left is easy lift? There's no such thing, but like I think that's what the committee is going to be looking to, is it's not, do we have something that we can define as a contract? That's too simple. But it's understanding sort of where we are in these projects
I think,
along that process.
I think from what I saw yesterday, we have 81 megawatts. That's a check the box
Yeah.
of that 200 in Saunders County, and that's going along really well. And so I would expect more work to be done on K Junction before they would completely check that box.
I guess, a humble comment here, if I could, Chair Williams. We don't want to leave any opacity here for you. We don't want you wondering, well, so I think by the time we bring this back next year, I think Director Corr's statements, we would have done some things to advance this in some meaningful way. The correlation of K Junction and 200 megawatts by 2024 entirely happens.
Right, but I mean, I guess imagining that we were now considering a monitoring report with this language and the status of the project that we have now, we would be asked to evaluate whether or not it was compliant. And so I guess it is just a shockingly coincidental timeline, but that is exactly what we can consider right now. And so I'm interested to hear varying opinions from different people. And one point, Janice, I would agree with you, having visited Platteview, yes, obviously. But as a reminder, that 81 megawatts is not part of this resolution. The 1,000 to 1,500 is incremental to the 81 megawatts at Platteview. That is not part of the 200 that we've clarified here. So I mean, and I don't mean to pick apart, but I do just want to clarify that we have specific language here about what is or is not counted. That is part of a previous authorization from Power with Purpose. And so something else would need to be evaluated for by the end of 2024.
Great conversation. If I may, on this one, for example, on Platteview Solar, we executed the first, what I would have called final contract 18 months ago. It took us 18 months to actually finally see and different changes in ownership and different lots of work from a lot of different people to get to see the panels that you saw yesterday. So even in that example and aligning that just for illustrative purposes, if that had been part of the SC9, the board could have said, yeah, you executed a contract 18 months ago. And there is always still risk of, well, that contract could fall apart. I think that's an important acknowledgement here, that even when you have the last bit of the contract done, between that and energization, there's still risk. And if that were to happen, then I think the healthy conversation that happens here is, yeah, well, those first 100 megawatts that we considered contracted, the contract fell apart, something happened to the project, we're gonna take it back and we're gonna add it into the next round, right? We don't get a pass, but we have a robust conversation that what we're doing is significantly moving us towards healthy portfolio execution.
So can you, sorry, you mentioned 18 months ago. Can you remind us what specifically occurred 18 months ago that you mentioned as the final contract?
I don't know if it's 18 months ago, but when we finally, the developer got the conditional use permit, we signed an agreement, we got everything in writing, we asked the developer, go ahead, go forth and build.
So that was the construction contract?
The EPC.
EPC on the
contract, right, Brad?
Yeah, I think, sir, you're alluding to the acquisition of community energy by AES. And there were implications to our agreement as all of that happened. And so we were able to shore some of that up to allow the project to proceed.
Okay, and so on K Junction right now, as you mentioned, the conditional use permit, but York County does not currently have permissive zoning, nor do we have conditional use permit.
Correct.
So we are before that status as of 18 months ago from Platteview with where we are with K Junction now.
Sort of, they're hard to compare to apples. On K Junction, we are significantly more advanced with the generation interconnection, which is one of the things that we bought. When we executed a contract with Platteview Solar, we didn't have the same. So they're again in different maturity stages. K Junction for sure, it's in the earlier stages. There are still many contracts to execute, but the comment I want to make here is, even after we execute the final contract, an EPC contract, we shake hands and say, okay, in 6 months, you're going to start leveling land and putting steel on the ground. There is still a lot of time in there. And if any potential project happens to fall through, I'm not going to rest until we have that project done, even if it met the contracted by. And I expect the board to hold me accountable to, hey,
this project fell through, let's put it back in the queue, and we need to demonstrate with another project that we're replacing those. So I think that's a healthy discussion that I'm really welcoming from the board as we navigate these very long list of projects.
Yeah, and I appreciate the discussion here, and I don't mean to keep dragging this out, but in all of the language we have here, the word contractor is doing a lot of work. And in about 12 months, we'll be asked to evaluate exactly what we're talking about right now. And I think it's important that we proactively understand what will be the criteria for evaluation when this strategic directive report is submitted, and we must make this basically exact same evaluation in a year. Do we have a good idea of what we'll be evaluating?
And I'd ask you to let go of the need for that to be black or white.
Agreed.
I mean, even the two projects that you just described are kind of different, but the same places. And so I think this is where honestly, our judgment as board members is going to have to step in and go, okay, based on all of the facts presented to me, given how we're generally describing contracted by at this point, am I comfortable that what we as a board are asking them to do, are they working towards it? Are they making that kind of progress? It's not gonna, I don't want anyone to walk into and expect a year from now when we're doing this, that we're gonna get like a super black or white checkbox situation. It's just not gonna be that way.
Right. And as a final point here, the only reason I'm so focused on this is that we did previously authorize different types of resources under Power with Purpose in September of 2019. And at the time, our understanding of the 400 to 600 megawatts of solar was one thing. And now we have a different understanding. And so I think it is incumbent upon us to have a robust discussion about what we understand by the policy that we are setting and the approval we are asked to make for these resources now as to how we will evaluate that success in the future. And I think that my evaluation now is based on the last time we did this. My understanding was not correct at the time based on the conclusion or where we are now. And so I think that my expectations now are higher than they were in 2019 on when we approve resources, what should we expect in the future? And so I don't mean to draw this out too far, but I think we did have an example of exactly what we're doing today a few years ago. And now I want to be more careful about when given this policy update language and the recommendation that's the next item scheduled for Thursday, how will we evaluate this in the future? That's why I'm so focused on what specifically we're putting into this policy language.
Director Williams, not a response by any means, but maybe just a humble comment on context. The threshold of an enforceable agreement is very high. You have to have two willing counterparties. You have to have engineered equipment and workforce all line up. You have to have permits and county approvals sometimes. And it is a very high bar to hit. It is very, very difficult. And so I guess I would just like to posit that the other side of the perspective is quite onerous. And I think that is a brief illumination of the difficulty we've had over the last couple of years, which has been tied to, I think, some pretty clear events on why that has happened. But ultimately, the chronology of resources by date is one way to address some of those feelings. So.
Yeah, and I appreciate the specificity that we have here. Thank you for the Systems Committee for putting this in here.
Okay. Any other last comment? We've gone through in really good detail the updated language to SD. So any further comments or questions on the proposed version of SD9? And then if not, I'm going to ask you, here we go, Aaron, to go back to, and maybe I'll just talk about it. The slide in question, the question that we have before us is next steps. Option 1, board resolution and vote. So is this ready for us to vote on Thursday? And I'm not asking how you're going to vote, or does it need to go back for additional committee deliberation?
It's ready.
I think it's ready.
It's ready.
Okay, great. Before we go to near-term generation.
By the way.
Sorry?
Thank you, by the way.
Oh, yeah, sure. Lots of fun. Before we go to near-term generation, just one real quick comment. Yeah, I don't know what that, give me a minute. This is going to be quick. One of the other themes that we heard pretty steadily back in June was interim metrics. That obviously is not in SD9, that belongs in SD7. So what I wanted to say is that the committee has eyes on that. I think the anticipation is that that will come up in some way, shape, or form with the governance workshop on the 30th. That doesn't mean we're going to solve it on the 30th. That just means I would expect that we would have a conversation that goes something like, okay, we need to tackle that. Let's make sure we've got a process in front of us for us to do that, which would obviously involve public. Any SD change is going to involve the public in some way, shape, or form. So I just want to make sure that that was clear. We're not just ignoring that. That's something we've been talking about for a while. None of us have clarity on what that looks like. I just want to make sure that that is out in front of us for us to do, not as part of this SD. Okay. Okay, you tapped your watch.
Break time.
Break time. Okay, welcome back. We are now on to the near-term generation resolution. As Director Williams mentioned in an email to all of us a day or two ago, correct me if I'm wrong, Brad, but really no presentation here necessarily. So this is really an opportunity for us to get any clarification, ask any questions, make any comments that we have. And obviously this will likely not be on consent agenda for Thursday. So yet another opportunity there. So I don't know if you've got any opening comments, Mr.
Yeah, I think we have a slide, just tactics we could progress. It's the table of resources, and I think Javier had requested we create some space for the board to have this conversation. And so you're correct. I don't have anything prepared, but I'm honored to be here and answer any questions you may have, along with a whole slew of folks here in the room.
So colleagues, now's the time. Again, you've seen all the data, right? And we just walked through SD9, which is kind of comes along with this. So we had a good closed session discussion today about perhaps the engineer certificate. So I'll just offer that as an early opportunity for us to initiate the conversation. And maybe now's a good time to call on Mr. Bruckner to describe and help us understand what Nebraska statute does and does not allow when it comes to the engineer certificate.
Certainly, I'm happy to do that, Director Moody. The Nebraska statute relating to procurement for public power districts creates a couple of different ways, at least two, there are generally more, to procure equipment, materials, and services related to what's described in the statute as the power plant or system. When I say power plant or system, your mind probably goes immediately to generation equipment, transmission and distribution equipment, and that's really what that means. So anything related to construction, remodeling, repair of the power plant or system generally will be handled on a sealed bid process, meaning that a specific time is established for qualified bidders to submit a proposal based on a specification that has been prepared ahead of time, including contract language, technical specifications, and other conditions and terms that can't be altered, but can only be proposed to, or exception can be taken by the bidders in that process. And then there's no negotiation after that sealed proposal is submitted, opened, read in the public, and then brought back to the board for the award of a contract. That's sort of the general process used for procurement for public power districts, and it works really well for a lot of different contracts and a lot of different procurements. And if you think of, this will be a relatively simple example, but the procurement of wire, conductors for our system, pretty straightforward, sort of a commodity, and that kind of a competitive process works pretty well. The other process that's laid out in the statute is one that provides greater flexibility. And it has some built-in protections in it so that the board, when it exercises its discretion, knows that it has adopted a proper method and the public's interest is protected. And that's a process that utilizes an engineer certification, where the engineer certifies that a project is technologically complex or unique, and it would not be feasible or it would be impractical or not in the public interest to use sealed bidding because it's necessary to sit across the table, negotiate terms and conditions, develop pricing, develop risk mitigation, develop liquidated damages, all of the different terms and conditions that are necessary for more complex projects. The check and balance that I refer to is that in order for that engineer certification to be approved, it must be approved by a supermajority of the board of directors, a 2/3 vote. Typically, and I would say probably 100% in my experience, even when management is utilizing the engineer certification process, it utilizes competitive requests for proposals so that there are qualified vendors who are then submitting a proposal. In the process, it just is a little bit more flexible because those vendors might submit an initial proposal, then there's an evaluation period, then that group might be winnowed down to 2 or 3 that are then negotiated with to arrive at a contract. That in probably a longer nutshell than I should have is really how the process works. And I'd be happy to answer questions if you have them.
You mentioned earlier this morning about PPAs and how they fit into that equation.
I'd be happy to, yes. As I mentioned, the procurement statute for public power districts speaks to contracts that relate to the power planner system, construction, remodeling, repair of the power planner system. A power purchase agreement, or a PPA, is a contract to receive electricity and other attributes of renewable energy. So it is not covered at all by the procurement statute. Rather, OPPD and other public power districts are authorized to enter into that contract by other statutory authority, and of course also by our board governance standards as well. Other questions? Great, thank you.
So that's the legal side of it. Does anybody have any questions or comments around strategy side? And I'll just take this opportunity to ask actually Mr. McAreevy, from a general sourcing strategy standpoint, you talk a little bit about why this particular approach is beneficial for purchasing what we're after, and if you could talk about it from our standpoint, but also what we would anticipate would be preferential and best for vendors as well.
Sure. Thank you for the question. I will acknowledge that that's my former area, and I'll defer to Mr. Bishop, who now has responsibility. If you have anything you'd like to add, otherwise I can.
Great.
So as Mr. Bruckner described so well, in this sort of a setting where it's a tremendously complex service or item that we're trying to source, that the seal bidding process is very difficult on both parties, frankly, because it's very effective in the ways it's typically used, but is also a bit restrictive. So it eliminates much of the back and forth that is necessary to navigate a real complex procurement setting. So it's typically, and based on feedback we've received, we know it's advantageous to us, and in fact, it's advantageous to prospective vendors as well, because it allows that back and forth dialogue. So when we can be better aligned on what we're looking for, how that matches with what they're providing, we're much more likely to get very cost-effective and accurate proposals. We're much less likely to get into disputes later, and there's much more clarity. And at the end of the day, it typically ends up with much more competitive proposals for us, which translates into lower costs and better solutions for our customer owners.
Great, thank you. And I wanted to start with you, given your history, and thank you for that. If there's any additional light that those that are going to be directly working on the sourcing of this want to shed, please do so. Please do so now.
I think I want to highlight, so earlier I had a very simple project for a handful of transmission. Only 60% of the bidders met the qualifications, and that's for something super simple. you start adding additional complexities into it, like different projects, different sourcing, and all this stuff that becomes inherently a lot more difficult. So I think that's the piece that we see in this particular space. I think one of the interesting benefits we've seen in the past on some of these conversations with vendors is sometimes they can help us take cost out of the project. Hey, think about this. This would be a cheaper option for you. It's going to give the same type of output you're looking for. So I think that type of collaboration is really important. Sealed bid is not allowed to do that.
Okay, I'm stepping into role of facilitator here then. Colleagues, any other questions, comments, concerns on NTG right now?
I do have one. So during the finance committee report earlier, we heard that the industrial customer retail revenue was lower than anticipated for this last quarter due to their load not ramping as originally predicted. So help me understand the pressures that may occur in the future if the predicted load used to generate NTG resolution doesn't come to fruition also.
Jeff, I'm happy to speak to that unless you'd like to. Yeah, I would just say, for context, anytime a large customer of any kind is commissioning or establishing a facility, you can get this kind of output. We've had a number of large customers over the last couple of years that have come through that have navigated this and reached the point where we both thought that they would be. In the meantime, it's very important to mitigate that exposure as you go down the road and as you make these decisions. We have a cross-functional team that's quite strong in trying to manage this kind of risk, and there's not a great way to characterize the mitigation of it other than to maintain a strong connection with the customer and to make sure those conversations are robust and frequent. I would also say that there's we've discussed this in closed, there's some customers and some classes that are going to grow in some specific ways. And there are some aspects of some customers that have a lower probability to grow immediately. And I think Javier alluded to this earlier. And so we have that potential customer base and expansion as well to help with some of those situations. But we've had some high quality conversation on this. And like I said earlier, we're ready to step ahead and navigate those dynamics. I don't know if anybody would offer anything else.
And the only piece I would add is just the continued focus on this. So as we continue to assess this, we spend a lot more time with our organizations looking at the data that we get from economic development, from customer, pushing that through the rates group, and then ultimately putting that into a revenue forecast. We spend a substantial amount of time continuing to improve that process. So I'm pretty excited about that. And again, it's difficult, right? I mean, these are large loads. The ramping, they get impacted, as we talked about, by supply chain related risks. So how do we come up with a portfolio approach, make sure that we're capturing that risk and mitigating that as best we can to come up with a P50 forecast we can bring forward for the CFP. So it's been a big focus of ours. We spend a lot of hours on it. So I think we're feeling much better about the forecast.
There's a revenue side of this, which I think we've been talking about, but then there's people who can sometimes be different. You can have, just like the summer, we set some new peaks, wasn't a super hot, long summer. So it's that piece you have to balance too, is you have the revenue side, but you have to make sure that you have enough assets in place to continue to meet the peak needs of the customers when they need it, whether it's during the summer. Those two don't always turn out to be the same amount. They have to have a move from revenue to peakiness of your load, but those are things that we have to plan for, and peak is something that is very important to making sure we have a reliable system. And we have to plan for that top.
Can I follow on that real quick? We've talked about several things in the past. about the needs that will be served here. Can you remind us of the SPP policy changes that are leading to some of the needs that are outlined in the recommendation?
Yeah, excellent question. So I'll hit a few and then there's probably some folks in the room that can help me. Actually, I know there are. One is the winter planning reserve margin. And so we've been forecasting that SPP will establish a certain percentage of resources that you have to have on top of your planned load. And so SPP, I think in their wisdom, and I think it wasn't a unified vote, but there were a lot of people that see the value in this, that's appropriate to do in the winter to make sure there's enough resources available to serve the load. The other thing that's going on is that summer planning reserve margin is just went up. So it actually went up 25%. It went from 12 to 15% in a board vote like that. And I think there's a lot of folks in the industry that would characterize we're probably not done with that kind of thing. And so even with load flat, there are more resources required to serve that load. And we think that's very important to do that well. There's also accreditation changes to how we treat certain resources. And I want to leave the room with this kind of brand of the conversation where it's really a performance-based accreditation. So what is that resource's ability to serve the load? And are we valuing it correctly? And there's been a lot of conversations between the RTOs and FERC around the treatment of resources, and those conversations will continue. Those are very important. My last comment would be, we heard comments a few minutes ago on demand response and the uncertainty around demand response from a policy perspective. Hugely important, equally true, hugely important how we treat it and make sure that it makes the system contribution that we need it to make. And so those are just a few of the conversations, Director Williams, and I'm happy to speak more if you'd like.
Yeah, great. The only technical one I'd ask is, you mentioned performance-based accreditation and the ability to serve the load. Is there a term that we should be familiar with when we see it in the future?
Yeah, I think I would advise effective load carrying capability.
ELCC. Yeah, great. That's it.
I Google that,
I just want to make sure that when we see that in the future, that is the term that is slightly different than, or more specific than PRM that we've used in the past, that is being updated in other RTOs and all kinds of stuff. So thanks for the reminder there. We don't want to get too much technical stuff there, but that was what I was trying to get at. And so the reason I asked those questions, to be clear, there are new resources required even if there was not load growth, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And we received a lot of feedback from the public about our new customers causing additional costs to existing customers. And can you give me a simplified version of an answer there?
Yeah, I'd love to make a clean run at that. So it's very complex, but cost causers are cost payers. That's been a timeless standard in rates, and I believe the board speaks to that in SD2 to make sure that rates are assigned equitably and in the way they need to be assigned. And Jeff runs a great process over there. We continue to make changes to that. We've got a robust tool to make sure it gets done right. But again, cost causers are cost payers. That's not a new phenomenon. That goes back decades.
Great. So in the even more simplified version, are new customers causing additional costs to existing customers?
By the way we do rates, no, we would pass it back to who's generating us that incur that cost.
Okay, yeah, because we did hear a lot of discussion in May, June, and since then. And so I appreciate making that clear that there is load growth and that will require new resources, and that is one part of what we're doing. But there is also change in policy that requires investment. And so when we talk about the potential increase that we might see in a few years' time from now, that is largely driven by the policy change and the new resources to meet the existing load.
Yeah, and I think we're talking around the rates piece of it, which is center mass to the conversation. There's also the physics piece of this, and so when you interconnect new resources onto the system, they don't go to a customer, they follow the load. And so all of the new resources benefit all of our customers, and they make the system stronger here in the community, but also throughout the SPP footprint, giving operators in Arkansas more tools to manage what is becoming an increasingly dynamic environment.
And then one last point here. You mentioned for our customers that all resources benefit all of our customers. And I think we've talked about this and we don't have a presentation today, and there's a lot of information available online from May and June and from Community Connect. But the underlying need for new resources to meet the demand of our customers, I think, is abundantly clear. And I think the board has expressed in the past that we have seen information and understand the need to serve our customers, and that these resources are intended to meet those needs. Those needs are going up, and we need to respond. We need to fulfill our obligation to serve, and we need to meet the reliability and environmental sensitivity that we have in our mission statement. And so I just wanted to clarify that, and maybe others would echo this, but that we understand the need from our customers asking us for more power and more energy. And this is a response to meet those needs for our customers, and both the existing customers now and new customers who are asking for additional service in the future.
We are totally aligned.
And I'll just pile on there. A woman said to me yesterday about the Platte Solar. She said, well, who's going to get that electricity? I said, well, whoever it goes to first, it'll go to UTAN and Meade. And, you know, there's a perception out there that we're building this solar farm out in Saunders County and all that electricity is going to come to Omaha. Well, it goes to whoever's first off of that transmission line into the distribution system. So I think, yeah, it benefits everybody, and it benefits whoever's first in line to get that electricity, and that keeps the voltage up for that part of the district.
Great recap. The geography of generators and really dictates who takes what electron, for lack of a better term. And I would also
learn that from you, Brad.
Well, I learned it from that group of folks behind you. But the other thing I would say is that when it comes to the resources we're selecting, the beautiful thing about this is that affordable, reliable, and environmentally sensitive all come together. We're not doing two of the three. We're not doing one of the three. We're doing three of the three. And I think that's a great thing that people really need to understand. And I hope that's coming through in our conversations.
If I could piggyback on that, we've been discussing the difference between reliability and resilience. Is it also fair to characterize the need here as to ensure that the system maintains the resiliency that it needs, given the events that might make it more difficult? Is that fair?
Yeah, I think it's fair. And if I'm following you, sir, one thing I would offer for those listening and for those in the room is we test failures on the system. And so we take out a 345 piece of the network, we take out a generator, and we push it, and we see what we would call N-2, where you're pulling infrastructure out to see how the system reacts and whether or not the system's able to do the things that we need the system to do. And so we continue to do that. The resiliency piece, and I appreciate the board's wisdom to put that into SD9. Javier read that earlier. The resiliency piece is, as we get into more what SPP would call conservative operations, which is the system is starting to become a little bit more delicate, or we get into emergency energy alerts. It is very, very important that we understand those things well. And I think that's ultimately what's driving a lot of the policy conversations. Are we treating the assets the right way? Are we allocating the costs and benefits the right way? And ultimately, will the system perform the way it's historically performed out into the future? And those have been awesome conversations.
Thank you. Colleagues, other questions?
Yep. So we talked about the broad need for the resources. I do have some specific questions about the resources. On the dispatchable resources, the gas turbines, the fuel oil, can you give us a summary of how those resources will be aligned with the long-term goal of net zero by 2050?
Yeah, thank you for the question. There is a perception out there that if you're adding natural gas or fuel oil, your emissions on the net are increasing. That is not true. And so what we're doing is we're thoughtfully integrating the tools that we have in the ways that align with our missions, so that when we come to those system events, we have the right resources in service when we need them to be able to ride through. And so I would just generalize, when our system peaks in the winter, the solar isn't necessarily producing at those times. That's okay. We get a lot of valuable energy during the day from the solar resources in the winter. And then what we do is we use the gas during that time. Just comparing those two resources, it's a much bigger conversation. And then when we go to the summer, we use both of them contemporaneously. And that's what helps us climb up and satisfy the peak that our community is asking us to solve. And so it's a mix. It's about the whole basket.
Yeah, and so specifically with the turbines, for example, do we anticipate the procurement there will include technical specifications that will make them non-emitting resources?
So the natural gas turbines are going to emit.
Yeah.
There's really no scalable technology at this point that really helps us solve that. They emit at very low volumes and they're not run very often. I might have missed your questions.
Are we making them hydrogen ready?
That's one answer.
Yeah, so some of the power purpose assets, I might need some help, have the ability to blend hydrogen in the engines already.
To be clear, a low blend of hydrogen, but not 100% to move them into a fully non-emitting status.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And the reason I ask is as we procure these resources now, we've talked about the timeline to finance them, and we anticipate that that will extend beyond 2050. But just an understanding that this procurement will be for resources that at the time of construction will not be in a condition to operate without emitting.
That is correct.
Okay. And this leads to a point that Craig raised earlier on the SD9 discussion, but I wanted to revisit that. We have talked about additional clarity in policy related to SD7 and future emissions and emission reductions. And I know that people have heard me say this before, but I did want to reiterate that it is important to me that we provide additional guidance in policy for future emissions reductions that would influence our resource planning processes. Now, that doesn't mean that all resources must be able to operate in a non-emitting status, but having a better understanding of how we will get to that final goal, I think is important, because everything we're doing now will be here by 2050. And at the time of the original construction, we don't have a clear answer of how this resource will meet that objective per se. And I would like us to, in the future, during resource planning, have some additional consideration of how will the things we are purchasing align with the long-term outcome, because quite frankly, additional modifications will be necessary to some of these resources in order to get to that status by 2050. But that isn't part of what we're authorizing for or expecting the technical specifications for these resources now.
In full agreement, Director Williams, and I thank you for that. That's a great conversation. I think I would like to take the opportunity to remind the board and the public. If you remember a year ago, August of last year, we had a very robust conversation about the delay of the North Omaha 4 and 5 refueling. If you all remember, the underpinning projects that caused such delay was the final and irrevocable generation interconnection agreement we needed at 2 new natural gas stations. While those 2 are emitting resources and they have the capability to do low grade blending of hydrogen, they will be emitting because they will be operating on natural gas beginning at the onset. Having those 2 generation stations enable us to cease all operations in North Omaha. So I appreciate and I welcome the challenge. I think there's going to be a really important debate and discussion we're going to have on SE7 and interim reduction milestones. But I do want to correlate the relationship between modern natural gas peaking units and our ability to thoughtfully and responsibly decommission coal operations. That's what's allowing us to eliminate over an additional 1.5 million tons of CO2 on an annual basis out of North Omaha. And so the more we continue to advance with this plan and more peaking stations, a lot more renewables, that's going to be the bedrock, the foundation that will allow us and enable us to continue our journey to decarbonize in the future. The one thing that we can do to not achieve that decarbonization is not add additional resources. So I really welcome the challenge, and we will definitely be talking about SC7 interim carbon reductions in the future.
Right. Just to put a finer point on that too, it's net.
Yeah, net zero, right?
I think that's the piece that we have to continue to bring up, because there will be offsets along the way. Cliff and his team are working very diligently. So the work is broader than just the generation fleet. It's greater than that. That piece.
I think as we make these 2-3 decade plus decisions, there's a lot of confidence that can be harvested from that pathways to decarbonization and what we learned and how we explained it. And the fact that we're progressing down the road and we're needing more for a growing community, and the answers are still the same. So we'll always have future challenges, but for me, wanting to give you all the best product, working with the talented folks in the back of the room, there's a great bit of confidence that can be derived from that the solutions aren't changing, they're not moving around. We're gonna have to take these infrastructure decisions we're gonna make now and incorporate those into our future challenges for how we advance that piece of our mission.
Okay. I'll hop in. So if we could, Aaron, bring up the resolution. Wanted to draw your attention to 2 red lines in there. Just again, not wanting to make sure everybody sees it before Thursday. And for you colleagues, it's in diligent, page 125 of 340. There it is. So that's at the bottom of page 2. And Scott, if you need to hop in here to describe why we made these changes, or whomever.
Yes, I'm happy. I've taken into consideration here the fact that the committee has established a quarterly cadence through SD9. I also know there's not a desire to change future resolutions and to really memorialize this. I think the whereas clause simply acknowledges the regular updates, but the SD9 policy specifies that is quarterly. Also, it would allow for the board to change at its leisure at a future time. If it's monthly or yearly, whatever that is, the frequency would be changed in the policy. But the policy itself recognizes the importance of regular updates as highlighted in the resolution. That was the intention there. If that makes sense.
Easier to change an SD than a resolution.
Yes, part of the regular hygiene of the board, board policies too. And the second one is also minor. It's on the page with the table. So one more. And that was just the word approximately. There was a conversation really wanting to create some level of consistency. Again, it's a minor change, but I did want to highlight it as a change because these red lines would be incorporated into the resolution that would be presented on Thursday. So I thought it was important to ensure that there weren't any concerns.
Yeah, the challenge here was that option could be between 0.
Let's address them here and make sure that the resolution Thursday is as it stands.
Okay, thank you, Scott.
I'd like to ask a question around demand response. Is this intended to be dispatchable demand response or customer driven demand response?
I think there's a few products in here, but one of the biggest demand response is the business curtailables and the AC load control. I think the AC load controls had quite a bit of saturation last few years. And so I believe that's the focus of this, Tim, if I'm not mistaken. Correct.
So are those classified as dispatchable then?
Yeah, we would strike them. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions, comments, concerns? Okay. I think we got it for today. Looking forward to more discussion on Thursday and board action on Thursday.
Can I just close it really quick? And I will double down on the comment that Director Williams made earlier. I really appreciate this is not an easy decision. It's big, it's consequential, it's a lot of zeros behind it. Megawatts, gigawatts, or dollars. I really appreciate you calling out the customers. We have customers in the queue who are either building new facilities or are about to begin building new facilities that need this power. And so as we close this discussion, I think it's important for us to remind everyone, we're doing this for our customers. And I really appreciate the board's diligence in thoughtfully working on these and then designing the SD9 process we just discussed earlier in a, I would say, in a relatively short time frame. We began talking about this earlier this year. Here we are in August, and we're moving. And if this is approved on Thursday, the teams are ready to go. And all of this is really to respond to those customers who are counting on us to bring this power, bring this energy, this reliability, so that they can continue expand their businesses. So really important for us to continue to remind everyone it's our customers, all industrial customers for sure, but also commercial and residential. This is an era of growth, and I tip my hat off to Tim McCravy and his team, because they are the face of the customer and really having those conversations. So thank you for the opportunity to just bring that.
Yep, thank you for making that point. Director Williams, the Systems Committee rests.
Thanks. Thank you. Just on time, like we planned. Other business, we have confirmation of the board meeting agenda, and we discussed this ahead of time. The board meeting agenda as displayed is following our standardized format. Would anyone like to move any of the items from the consent agenda to the discussion action item?
8 and 9 should move.
Great, 8 and 9 as anticipated. Thank you. Are we comfortable with the other 2 items on the consent agenda? Sounds good. Somewhat of a formality, but again, following the standard process, I think that sets our final agenda for Thursday. Review the board work plan. It's available in Diligent and other methods, because I don't think you can see it on screen. Any of the committees have any updates specifically about the board work plan looking forward? Okay, and I guess we have a really good opportunity to prepare for and review this and discuss it at the upcoming board governance workshop. Dr. Wagner, any comments on how this translates into that?
That is the mechanism in which we will change up the board work plan. So every action item that comes out of the board workshop makes its way onto the work plan. And so, so take a good look at this. It will be changing. So.
Okay, great. So I think we're set going into the workshop, and then we'll have something new and different and updated coming out of the workshop. Great. I think that covers that item as well. We have a public report on power with purpose, reporting only on the status of solar, natural gas, and transmission. Got several names listed, but I guess we'll wait for somebody to tell us when they get there.
Megan Wallace.
It's Megan. Good afternoon, Megan Walker. I'm the manager of construction management within our utility operations division. Today we'll have an update on our Standing Bear Lake and Turtle Creek Station projects, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Joseph Lane to give an update on Platteview Solar. Next slide, please. One more. Okay, at our Standing Bear Lake facility, our site progress is approximately 65.5% complete. Some key activities in our substation area include termination of wire in our control house building, installation of rock, as well as erection of fencing around the switchyard. And then we also have a subcontractor on site that is assembling auxiliary equipment to our generator step-up transformers, which there are 3 at the site. You can see a picture of our substation progress in the lower right-hand corner. On the generation side of things, we have completed alignment and coupling of our 9 engines and their generators in the engine hall. And you'll see that depicted in the bottom middle picture. Additionally, we do have all 5 of our power distribution centers on site. If you look at the lower left-hand corner, you'll see a picture of the site kind of looking west towards 120th Street. In the background, you see the stacks and then the engine hall, but right in front of that, those rectangular buildings is an example of our power distribution center. So those will house various electrical equipment in support of the project. Additionally, we have started training of our staff, Oppd staff. They did upper right-hand picture. You can see them down there in training. They attended both staff down in Florida for training with Wardzilla. Wardzilla provided our major equipment on the site, our reciprocating internal combustion engines and our generators. So that's a picture of them with some of the training that's been going on, and training will continue over the next several months. At Standing Bear Lake, some of the challenges that we have faced and continue to face deal with supply chain. You might have heard that previously. Those supply chain challenges do continue and are also looking to have some impact both on our schedule and our costs. In particular, at Standing Bear Lake, we have our low voltage switchgear as a critical piece of item and equipment that we need on site to support our critical path and schedule. So we continue to work with our engineer, procure, construct vendor to help mitigate and minimize those impacts. Next picture or next slide, please. Thank you. At our Turtle Creek station, we're approximately just under 64% complete. Some of the major activities going on there in our substation area. Following the June board update, we did receive our control house there. And since then, we've been making wire terminations, and those are continuing in progress. And additionally, that substation is actually nearing completion. So that's a great milestone. On the generation side, NNG or Northern Natural Gas has come back to the site. They're providing the infrastructure for the gas fuel supply. So they've come back to update and finish some of the yard work or gas yard work there. Additionally, the engineer, procure, construct vendor is working on erection of enclosures around our gas turbine. That's depicted in the lower left-hand picture. You can see some of the framework kind of going up around the gas turbine. We also are working on erection of the stacks, which you see there in the middle picture. You see some of the engineering scaffolding that's in support of the stack erection. Here at Turtle Creek Station, some of the challenges deal with major equipment, our generator step-up transformers. We've had some challenges there. We do anticipate seeing those units come to site in mid-September. And then also we have a lot of effort going around commissioning with coordination and alignment on schedule and activities with all parties that are involved. So that remains a focus for the project team. And then if you go one more slide, I'll have some just aerial overview slides or pictures. So on the left-hand side is Standing Bear Lake. This is kind of looking north towards Military Road. Just kind of going left to right, you'll see the radiator bank, the erection of the 9 stacks. The engine hall is kind of in the middle. You'll see kind of a picture zoomed in on the blue part is the engines and generators. And then off to the right-hand side is the power distribution centers. And what you can't see is actually the substation just to the right of that. On the right-hand side is Turtle Creek Station. That's the aerial shot looking towards the north and east. If you're standing at the southern side, kind of looking forward. What you see there, kind of up near the top, kind of that gray area is the substation area, and then off to the right, kind of on the picture, is the major gas turbines for units 1 and 2. And those buildings that you see is the administrative building and then a power distribution center. So just a kind of an aerial shot of the progress of the site recently for both units or both projects. With that, I'll kind of open it up to see if there are any specific questions on Standing Bear Lake or Turtle Creek Station projects. Okay, turn it over to Joe.
Thank you, Megan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Joe Lang, Director of Generation Strategy and Origination. Just a quick update on Platteview Solar. So Oppd substation is near complete. We just have a couple of static wires to install there. And AES is about 50% complete with their facility. They're working with Blue Ridge Power. So far, everything is on time and on budget with the project to come online, become commercial in May of 2024 of next year. They're in the process. We'll hit a couple pictures here in a moment, but they're installing piles, racking, the modules, quite a bit going on out there right now. And there are regular meetings with the Saunders County board to make sure they're up to date. There was a tour of the facility yesterday with a couple of OPPD's board members, Director Williams and Director Molhoff, a number of executives and staff at OPPD. Good progress taking place out there. Next slide, please. So just a few pictures. You can see the piles in the left-hand corner and kind of what that looks like. And there you can see kind of remotely in the background might be challenging, but they're a device that machine that drives the piles. The picture in the upper right corner was taken just yesterday afternoon, showing the panels and the bifacial. So this is kind of looking up from the bottom of panels, and then the substation work that's being completed, as well as the DC trenching for the lines, the DC lines that go between the inverters to the inverters. That's it. Any questions around activity out there? Okay, thank you.
So not questions, but thanks for the tour yesterday. It was wonderful. Solar panels on the cover of the World Herald on Sunday, solar panels in person in the field yesterday. So it's great to see them. And then also Megan, you walked away before we got a chance. Thanks very much to you and everyone else who's working every day to deliver on the resources that were approved in 2019. I know that we spent a lot of time talking about planning for the future, but the ongoing successful execution of those two projects, as well as the solar and transmission, is critical to the overall organization. And so again, thanks very much to you and everybody else for what you continue to do.
Thank you. I'll share that with the team too.
Great. And on that note, this meeting is in a new location. And so with that, I want to make sure and share appreciation to Aaron and Brent and Josh and everybody who helped us get here, because this is something new and different. And while there were some growing pains here this morning, we got it all sorted out. So thanks to everybody who helped us be ready for this successful discussion today. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I think it went well, and look forward to additional discussions here in the future. And I say that because there is an additional item on the agenda now. We will reconvene in closed session this afternoon to discuss two topics. One topic.
You want me to make a motion?
Yes, yes. One topic, Power with Purpose Generation Projects Update. Director Moody, do we have a motion?
Yes, so I move that the board go into closed session at this time, 3:22 PM, to discuss one topic, Power with Purpose Generation Projects Update. With respect to that update, a closed session is necessary for the protection of the public interest. This discussion involves sensitive utility infrastructure information, confidential cost information, and potential resource acquisition strategies, the disclosure of which would disadvantage the district in future negotiations with potential contractors. Do I have a second?
Director Bosner? Yes. Director Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Director Ford?
Yes.
Director Howard? Yes. Director Mulhall?
Yes.
Director Moody?
Yes.
Director Spurgeon?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes. All right. Oops, sorry, I think that. Motion to go into closed session is passed. The closed session will be limited to discussing one topic, Power with Purpose Generation Projects Update. Waiting on kicking people out. All set. Motion and second is required to reconvene in open session.
Move.
Second?
Director Bogner? Yes. Director Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Director Ford?
Yes.
Director Howard?
I believe she stepped out.
Director Mulhall?
Yes.
Director Moody?
Yes.
Director Spurgeon? Yes. Director Williams?
Yes. Motion to come out of closed session at 4:43 PM is carried. The closed session was limited to discussion of one topic, Power with Purpose Generation Projects Update. And with that, the meeting is adjourned at 4:44 PM. Thanks, everyone.
Thursday, we're at City Hall, right?
Yes.